Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Higurashi when they cry, but more specifically, Chapter 8 Matsuribayashi. So, not a midnight stream. It's fine. It's okay. Today's Saturday. Shit. Right. Never mind. I was gonna do the scary truth, but right, we have to wait until Sunday. It's just convenient that way. But yeah, we are live for today, Saturday. What fun Saturday it's gonna be. But, yeah, I think the goal for this stream is that we're going to collect all the fragments, and then I guess, I don't know how it works. I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll see what we can do within, like, maybe 6 hours, I guess. Sounds about right. That should be the time limit. Well, I mean, it took us 3.5 hours for, like, 20 fragments. So if we start, it would be like 6 a.m.? Is that right? I don't know. We'll see. See what's going on. Yeah, we're streaming. We're live. We didn't wait the 2 hours. We waited like, I want to say like, we've been up for like an hour or so. Actually less than an hour, for sure. That's fine. It's okay. Just want to make some progress before festivities tonight. Continue. So I believe, right, so this is before anything. This is after 10, no, 14 I think. This was 20. So let's load the 20. Let me move some things also. How's the audio, by the way? I think we're okay. Maybe. Definitely recording our voice, for sure. Unless we're not, and OBS is debating me. But, you know. Let's see. So... Right, okay. So 20 is done. 21 is not done. So C103 dose experiment. Stoko Hojo's detailed test result was required. Kyosuke Irie's decision is required. Okay. I'm gonna take a sip. Yeah. What's up, Effie? How's it going? How's the Terraria? So, butterfly pets, huh? Didn't realize. Lurk? Sounds good, Effie. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah. Sorry. It's all good. I meant, yeah. The difference. Lurk, sounds good. Let me take a sip and then we'll start the reading. Un momento. Alright. So last we left off, I think we're getting close to the third sacrifice. I think that's what's going on, right? Timeline-wise. And they're about to dissect Rika's brain. Or no, Satogo's brain, right. Is that right? Or are we in the second sacrifice? I don't know. Confused. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Plans for Satoko-chan's dissection are moving right along. Wonka fucking guess? Dissection? They gotta study the brain, Effie. They want to see the secrets of the parasites. It's very, very Monka. I don't want Satoshi-kun to be sad. Feel pity for Satoko-chan and her harsh circumstances. Still struggling with how much I have to sacrifice for the sake of research. Irie? Eh? Ah, sorry. What is it, Rika-chan? One of my friends has been in the clinic for a long time. Do you think she has Hinamizawa syndrome? Who told you that? No one. I just thought about it. So what do you think, Irie? Does Toko have Hinamizawa syndrome? Rika-chan is on our side. There's nothing I have to hide from her. Actually, I probably shouldn't keep anything from her. Yes. The problems with her parents and their sudden deaths. It was all too much for her to bear. Maybe that was what triggered it. What did the test results say? L5. She seems perfectly fine on the surface, but her emotions are extremely unstable. Since the other day, she's even been refusing to meet with Satoshi-kun. Satoshi told me he's worried that it's taken a very long time for Satoko to get better. EDA. What will happen to Satoko? Satoko-chan is Rika-chan's best friend. How can I tell her that we're planning to dissect this Satoko-chan? However, even if I don't say anything, she already knows that Satoko-chan's situation is extremely poor. Didn't you find out a lot of things when you examined me? Sure, of course. We're even testing medicine which might be able to control the symptoms. Can't you give that medicine to Satoko? Thought about it, but it's too dangerous. We're still in the trial stages, trying to gather more data. Can't use it on someone who's in a delicate situation like Satoko-chan. Then, if you won't try that medicine, what will happen to Satoko? She spoke as if aware of our plans for Satoko-chan. No, she must actually know. I've told her about most of my research. She's more mature than she looks, so it'd be easy for her to figure out. There's even a 1% chance of Satoko getting better, and I think we should take that chance. It's extremely risky. Worst case, she could immediately display terminal symptoms and hallucinate, or potentially lose her consciousness and spend the rest of her life just staring blankly at a wall. Either one would be too cruel a fate for her. So are you saying it's better to have her die in her sleep? EDA. Just like Takano says, there are no guarantees in medicine. But if we don't do anything, Satoko will die for sure. I think it's clear what we should do. That's true. You're right. But I knew too well. C-103, the medicine that's being tested, may not even be something that can be used. May not even have a 1% chance of success. Worse, I can't even imagine what kind of tragic end she'd meet if her body rejects the medicine. It's not 1%, it's 50-50. That's why I'm tempted to believe it would be far more merciful to feed her favorite food. Let her gently fall asleep. After that, dissect her while she dreams. I don't want to admit it, but Takano-san is right. Being indecisive and showing a lack of resolve. How effective could the medicine made by someone like that really be? So because it was medicine I created myself, I couldn't even believe there might there might be a 0.1% chance of success. I think we can believe in it. She spoke as if she read my mind. Surprised, I raised my head up to look at her, and found her giving me a reassuring look I never would have imagined someone like her age capable of. People's lives depend on your job. It's almost absurd that a human being can control life and death like that. Can't even imagine the pressure. Her voice hasn't changed, but I feel like Rika-chan is admonishing me. Almost as if she knows what it's like to be responsible for human lives. Guilt and regret are a part of that. That's why you can't use the medicine on Satoko. Isn't that right? Takano-san said the same thing when she criticized me earlier. I'm being criticized again. But that's why I can trust you with Satoko. What? Human lives are precious. You understand that very well. That's why you do what you do. Without knowing that, how could you heal people? You think I'd trust medicine created by Takano, who thinks humans are just her guinea pigs? Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help it. Felt like I should laugh. Both you and Takano each produce different medicine. I think yours would be the one to cure her. Because your medicine came from your heart. Your will to heal people is what cures them. You're absolutely right. I can't believe you're admonishing me about medicine. But you use my body for Satoko. Everything you took out from me is for her. If you created that medicine with the knowledge of how precious human lives are, then of course it'll work on Satoko. Do shrine maidens take confessions? If they do, she's doing a great job being a shrine maiden at this age. This will be a gamble. The question is whether Satoko-chan will accept it. I don't need to tell her. Learning of the Hinamizawa syndrome will only dredge up the deep scar in her heart again. What does she mean by those words? When I realized it later, I was surprised by how thoughtful and perceptive she was. Greetings, JP. I just got off from work. Got off work on my day off 20 minutes ago. On your day off? Oh, that's unfortunate. How's it going, Gus? Stop plans for the dissection. Gonna give Hojo's Toko C103. Doing my best to increase the chance by even 1%. Don't worry, Idia. It'll work. Shouldn't be so optimistic. No, it'll work. It's already decided. That's a very reassuring prophecy from the Verde Shrine's Shrine Maiden. You can do it. Yeah. This time I willingly work today because of all the news. Okay. Gotcha. Because of current events. It's understandable. Because, right, that's where you're at right now. It's occurring there. That's unfortunate. So that was 21. My mind palace tells me an accident at the Shirakawa Park. Satoshi Hojo must not be allowed to visit his sister at the clinic. Satoshi Hojo's sense of responsibility as a big brother is required. I'm kind of right there, yeah. It's just a little close. Stokochan's dissection plan has been scrubbed. We are getting ready to administer an almost totally untested medicine, C103. This experimental medicine suppresses the production of a certain type of hormone, and in doing so, it will stop the transmission of the syndrome triggering Stokochan's condition. The mechanism of Hinamizawa syndrome is as follows. The pathogen takes over the frontal lobe of the patient's brain, and then induces increased responsiveness to paranoia. As a result, a patient voluntarily carries out excessively defensive behaviors to a problematic extent. That meteorite galaxy brain? Just in between the living wood trees. Words. I should definitely wait the 2 hours before stream. I got like 4 hours of sleep, not gonna lie. Me too. Solidarity. Time did I go to sleep? Like 10 p.m? I think so. We had a festivity at my sibling's place. Ate some enchiladas, some tostadas, mole enchiladas. I did not take pictures because it's okay. And then watched Bad Education with Hugh Jackman and Allison Janney, which was it's an okay movie. It's an interesting story though. I think it's the largest case of embezzlement from a school system. What was it, like 11 million? Jesus. So much money. But yeah. Then we went to sleep after that. And here we are. Also, my friend tried drowning Hobbs. Hobbs? Also, that sounds rough, Gus. What news? Our country's kind of on wild mode right now. Just a little bit. It's a little wild. It's happening in Minnesota. It's the George Floyd thing. Effie, if you've heard that name. Let me clean my glasses. Yeah, Bad Education. I mean, it's funny. It's also, I don't know, it's an interesting character study. Protest, yeah. As a result, a patient voluntarily carries out excessively defensive behaviors to a problematic extent. If this induction can be cut off, then it will be possible to save terminal patients from becoming deranged. Oh my god, sorry. Yeah, there are huge widespread protests across the country right now. Yeah. I saw the thing about Atlanta. But it only cuts off an induction, so it's not really a cure. Ironically, the brain is an organ that learns. JP. Gus, no, I'm sorry. It happened. It just came out, you know? Once the brain has learned to be excessively paranoid due to the Hinamizawa syndrome, even after the pathogen is eliminated, the brain doesn't simply unlearn that paranoia. Was that one worse than the previous one? The previous one was what? In the first part of The first session of Chapter 8? I have to go back. I didn't go back and check. Disgusting. In short, even if the pathogen doesn't induce derangement, the patient will be directed to such motions of their own volition. Thus, it is impossible to completely escape the nearly deranged L5 state. The proverb, "a burnt child dreads the fire," is a good example of this. Even after the burn on your tongue heals, the fear of being burned by food again remains. When it ends up being a good thing, call it learning a lesson. We call it trauma when it doesn't. That was 4.1 on the scale compared to the 4.7 out of 5 the last time. So the last one was worse. It's so messed up. What just came out? You don't have to worry about it, Effie. If you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. We predict Satoko-chan's treatment will take a significantly long time, requiring both medication, such as administering psychotropics, and mental care, like counseling. We have to slowly unravel her mind, solidify paranoia, while also suppressing the syndrome's induction of derangement. This is the treatment plan for terminal patients like Satoko-chan. I felt like that one felt louder. But then again, I'll have to check the VOD. However, as we are going to stimulate the parts of her brain that affect her emotions, while they are being stimulated by the pathogen at the same time, it's possible there could be unexpected side effects. Both her mental and physical strength hold the key to our success. We're going to begin the experiment once she regains her emotional stability and physical strength, but I'm gonna go vacuum the floor. The delays on streams are frustrating. Oh, okay. Sounds good, Effie. Have fun. I mean, as much fun as you can vacuuming. Thanks for stopping by. Someone who threatens to disturb her emotional stability has been coming here every day. Oishi, the sly old detective from the Okonomiya Police Department. Wait, what? Did I just read that wrong? There's always a VOD, JP. There is. There's always a VOD. Someone who threatens to disturb her emotional has been coming here. Oh, wait, she's been coming. Okay. Okay, Lark. Sounds good, Effie. He thinks everything from the dam protests to the dismemberment and murder of the construction manager is an organized effort secretly conducted by the 3 families of the village. He even thinks the accident involving Satoko-chan's parents wasn't an accident. That's why he keeps coming back, so he can talk to Satoko-chan. No matter how many times you come, I won't let you see her. She's still crippled by the shock of her parents' deaths. Can't you understand what she's been going through? I understand. I only need a few minutes with her, really. It won't take long at all. If you want me to get a warrant, I will, but that's pretty serious, you know? I'm being considerate of Hojo-san. That's why I haven't gotten a warrant. What are you trying to ask her anyway? I don't really understand. Well, actually, it's possible that the fall was not an accident. I know the Hojo couple were hated by the whole village after the business with the dam, but who would actually follow them on their trip and push them off? Don't you think that's absurd? Well, we could call it an accident, but if that was the case, there are some things which just don't make sense. Why lie? With those lies, I don't think it was an accident. What lies? Well, Stoko Hojo-san said she was asleep in the car at the time of the accident. I think that story sounds a little off, doesn't it? Stoko-chan claimed she was asleep in the back seat when the accident took place, so she didn't get out of the car at the viewing platform. When she woke up, she didn't see her parents. Then she found out they had fallen off the cliff. Imagine streaming a visual novel at 1080p. High quality visuals. What's wrong with that? Do we have the quality control? We do. Okay. We got the encoders. That's silly. Nothing, just hilarious. Yeah. Where's the lie exactly? You aren't saying Satoko-chan wasn't really asleep and she went over to the viewing platform with her parents, are you? That's right. Satoko Hojo-san was never asleep. She got out of the car with her parents and went to the viewing platform. Suddenly hit by a terrible possibility. If what Ueshi says is true, Satoko-chan is saying she didn't go to the viewing platform even though she actually did. It's terrible to even imagine. Why are you saying such a thing? Besides, why would Satoko-chan lie? That's just it. Why would Satoko-chan Why would Tokuhojo-san lie? That's why I need to talk to her. Otherwise, this won't end as just a simple accident. Why do I say lurk and return? I don't know. Do you mean BRB, Effie? Because lurk is like, just long time lurk. Why are you convinced that Satoko-chan is lying? This accident took place in a different jurisdiction. The guys from the Shirakawa station conducted the interviews with the parties involved. There are things that bother me in the report. Bother you? Like what? According to Tokuhojo-san's statement, her parents asked her to come with them to the viewing platform, but she was sleepy, so she didn't get out of the car. Then she fell asleep and woke up after a while. She became concerned because her parents had to come back and started to cry. One of the park workers on patrol noticed her crying, talked to her. That's how the accident was discovered. And at that time, guess what? According to the park worker's testimony, she was the one who first said her parents had fallen off the cliff. But you see, it's hard to see the accident site in question from where the car was parked. If you look very carefully, you might be able to notice the broken fence. How's it going, Mr. Wu? But still, you know, I think it's odd to say your parents had fallen off a cliff just because you didn't see them when you woke up. Normally, most people would say something like their parents went for a walk and didn't come back. It just doesn't make sense to me that she told a stranger that her parents had fallen off a cliff without even being at the site of the accident. It's really 10k. You said 10k, Effie. Wait, why is it doing that with the... Okay. So sometimes the icon doesn't indicate. Okay. This is weird. Want to ask her why she was so certain that her parents had fallen off a cliff. That's why I keep coming back here. I asked her many times before she was admitted here, but all she said was that she doesn't remember or that she was confused at the time. Sounds like a politician, huh? Politician? Fujiwara? It's going good. Was wondering what that was, so I thought I'd redeem it. It's Ek. Makes me go, eh! That was a weird one. That's why I think it's worth taking that time to talk to her. That terrifying possibility has turned to certainty in my head. I'd assumed that her parents' accident triggered her terminal symptoms. But no. Satoko-chan had already gone terminal. Just before the accident, her heart was filled with paranoia that drove her mad. So you saw the episode with a certain character death, Mr. Wu. It's a feels rough buddy episode for sure. I was shocked when I saw that. Did Mr. Wu redeem Ek? He did. Yeah, hope you enjoyed the rest of the series, Mr. Wu. She was under a lot of stress because of her bad relationship with her stepfather. She was also being scolded by her mother for not being able to get along with him. That made her paranoid, made her think her parents considered her to be a bother and were going to kill her. See, I should stop, because it's not fair to the people that were teen. That's fine, it's okay. When they went to the viewing platform, she must have thought they were going to push her off the cliff. And a tragedy took place, and she pushed her parents off instead, although she considered it to have been self-defense. I wish I had the original Ek emote again. Oh, that's right. That face. You don't have it, Gus? No. I'm certain of that because I know Hinamazawa syndrome better than anybody. This accident isn't an accident. It isn't crime either, like Uishi is thinking. It is simply a tragedy. When I talked to Satoshi-kun about the family, I was even more convinced. He told me even though Satoku-chan refused to open up to her stepfather, he had tried to communicate with her. I have to find another sub-daddy in that stream or something. Just gotta keep hanging out in there. It's true their relationship didn't go well in the beginning. Satoku-chan caused trouble repeatedly, he even called the city's child abuse hotline. At that point, they received guidance from the Child Consultation Center. They pointed out that the problem lay in a lack of communication between daughter and stepfather. So the stepfather took a parenting course under the social worker's guidance, and awkward though it was, made efforts to communicate with her. Satoshi-kun noticed his efforts, so he tried to talk to Stoku-chan about it. Considering where we are at, we should be able to finish the OG series next week in an all-nighter. Nice. That's like episode 20, isn't it? Thereabouts. So you're halfway there, almost, I think. I'd be wrong. Wait, OG series was like 50 episodes, right? I think Brotherhood is like 64. Might be wrong. But Stoku-chan didn't notice them at all. The excessive stress she was under triggered terminal symptoms. She couldn't understand her stepfather's remorse. On the contrary, her stepfather's change created even more mistrust within her. As a result, they went to enjoy the beautiful view of the Ch.8 Nature Park as a family and to share in that joy. Yet that humble, ordinary family's wish couldn't even get through to Stoku-chan. What a tragic misunderstanding. Stoku-chan stayed in the car telling her parents that she wanted to sleep, but then she got out and snuck up behind them. I bet he heard her footsteps. He pretended not to notice her, thinking that she was doing that to surprise him. It's sad just thinking about what must have ran through his mind. Well, he thought he had finally gotten through to her. She was actually approaching him with the intent to kill. Currently at episode 32, I think, so we have 17 episodes. Okay. It's even farther. Damn. Yeah, enjoy it, Mr. Wu. You know what's sad? What's sad? This music? Inducing sad. Overcooked. Dirt cheap. But no IRL friends? Is it only local co-op? Co-op. See, this is why we wait 2 hours. It's a 2-hour rule. Yeah? Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Well, that's good. I guess that's why they learned for Overcooked 2, right? What else is, like, local? I think, Enter the Gungeon was local until they added the remote play together, I think. By the way, recently, me and my sis got into Terra. Terra? Oh shit. I played that once upon a time. That's not Stoku-chan's true nature. It's the disease. It's the disease. Stoku-chan isn't the only one who is to be pitied. Her parents are its victims too. And now we should think she's a criminal. Judgment and punishment are required for crimes with malicious intent. But what she really needs is understanding and sympathy. And no one has that understanding, except for me, because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome. I'm the director of the EDA Institute. I've never behaved as such or exercised that authority. But I'm going to do so for the first time since taking the position. I'm not doing it as the head of the EDA Institute, the secret research organization. I'm doing it as a doctor, so I can protect Stoku-chan. Pretty good so far. Prefer ESO, but Terra has the advantage of having a race that's pretty much animal gold flawless. I mean, what? Did they always have that? That makes sense. Fulfills that need for you, Mr. Wu. I'm glad there's a game that fulfills that. I think I played Terra back when I finished with Star Wars: The Old Republic. So that would have been like 2016, I think? 2016, 2017. No, 2016, because, right, we played Blade and Soul. Got bored of it really quick. Yeah, I don't think I got very far. Like, less than level 20, for sure. What's that supposed to mean? It's about the Hojo family's accident at the Ch.8 Nature Park. Do you think you can ask Okanogi-san from Mountain Dogs to make it out to be an accident? Sure, of course. It's no problem. Mountain Dogs are a unit specialized in concealment and manipulation, after all. We have to put an end to it quickly, otherwise the police will end up getting closer to finding out about our research. Kappa pride. Nothing bad, just find it amusing. That's right. Please make especially sure Oishi-san is drawn away from this case. We're at a delicate stage of the drug administration test. She doesn't need any more unnecessary stress. You're absolutely right. I'll let the mountain dogs know. I've heard they even have connections within the police, so I'll give the order to put pressure on them too. I'm sure the accident in Shirakawa will be concluded as exactly that within a few days. Might be incredibly jaded because I played Guild Wars 2 before it, but Terra bored me. Guild Wars 2 was pretty solid, right? What is it, the Living World? That one I also didn't get very far in. MMOs... Well, I mean, I guess the only one that I got farther in was Blade and Soul. But then I realized that was too grindy. So then I didn't. Then I didn't continue. With that, it's declared... I mean, it's understandable, because it's like a Korean MMO, right? With that, it was declared an accident. Only if it really was one would have eased Satoko-chan's soul. I enjoyed Guild Wars 2 a lot, because it had things to do that weren't of the normal RPGs. Right. It's a lot of variety. Getting rid of the pathogen can't heal that wounded soul. Nor can it erase the tragedy that had already taken place. All I can do is my best, so the day she regains her smile comes sooner. I wish I got to play the April Fool's events in Guild Wars 2. Because those seem fun. That's definitely not something you have to play alone, right? True. I got a lot out of it without paying a cent. Free to play. So that was 22. 23. So we're here. H170. The discontinuation of Satoko Hojo's dissection plan is required. Kyosuke's Irie's motive to become a doctor is required. What bugged me most was that I met a friend there who would regularly send me stuff in the mail because she thought it helped me, but I could never mail back. It just wasn't an option back then. That's weird. Why can't she mail back? C-103's implementation on Satoko is going well so far. Wouldn't make any difference to me if the experiment failed. However, EDA's extraordinary focus and attention to the experiment has avoided Satoko Hojo hallucinating or turning into a vegetable during the experiment. And surprisingly, we see prospects of her returning to normal life despite reaching L5. She's also the same person who got the fishing quest on Terraria and basically carried me. Oh man. Sounds like a nice friend. What a G. What a gamer god. C-103 still has many issues, but this experiment proved that even a person who has reached L5 can be cured. She's great. Didn't believe in it at first, but I guess I have to acknowledge EDA's hard work. Only EDA could have done this. He was tormented by a naive humanism, didn't want to make mistakes. That is why he felt obligated to cure Satoko Hojo. The reason why I dislike EDA isn't because of his achievements or abilities, but because of that weakness. But this time, I had to praise him for it. By the way, I thought I'd say Juan Pablo. I think we all know who the true best girl is. That being Armstrong, you're not wrong. So, they are truly the best. I saw your report. Just tip my hat to you. No, I only did my job as a researcher. That means fulfilling my duty as a doctor as well, but nothing could please me more. It's hardly an exaggeration to say that Satoko is now our most valuable specimen. After all, she's the first human to reach L5 and live. That's true. We'll let her go back to her life and keep our eyes on her. Couldn't tell her to come here every Sunday for a checkup. But how are you going to explain to her that she has to give herself a C-103 shot 3 times a day? And also that she has to come here every Sunday. She has no subjective symptoms. Derby, sounds good, Effie? Still trying to come up with a good excuse. Think I'll tell her that I want her to help me with my research. She has to give herself shots daily and to come here every Sunday for a checkup. I'll pay her for helping me, or something like that. Guess EDA is determined to cure Satoko Hojo no matter what. He seems determined to keep her off the dissection table. He and I are in different positions, but I don't have any complaints about his naive ideals, so long as they translate directly into passion for our research. If his plans can be put into effect and produce a different result than the dissection would, then they'll still be useful to the overall understanding of the Higurashi syndrome. I have nothing against Satoko Hojo. It's only that I see her as a research specimen. If she can be useful in that capacity without being dissected, that's perfectly fine with me. I have to get permission from her guardian to give her shots 3 times a day. After her parents died, her aunt and uncle have been taking care of her, right? Maybe I'll go talk to them. Hope they agree to her involvement in such suspicious research. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they'll be happy to, once they realize they'll receive 100,000 to 200,000 yen every month for it. Wow. Oh. That was just a sudden cough. Also, can I just say, I feel like every time I hop on stream with this game, I feel like I lost 50% of my understanding of the plot. It's bound to happen. So, we're looking at fragments of the past, Mr. Wu. So, we're getting a basic understanding of the history of this world. So, there's a lot. How many hours are we into the series? I wonder. So 14 hours in the first one, 18 in the second chapter, 17 in the third, 8 in the fourth, 15 in the fifth, 17 in the sixth, 20 hours in the seventh? Damn, I didn't realize it was that long. I wonder. And 9 hours so far. I didn't realize 20 hours for chapter 7. That makes sense though. Just didn't feel like that. Didn't feel that long. Let me go over there. What are the chances of Rennie going? What's she gonna say? Omichikari. I don't know. Let's go for under. 50-50. Do we have enough money? I should really want something. Sure. As long as we can produce documents that'll convince Chiro-san. But Mrs. / can't get it? I don't know. Rena always gets what she wants. Technically. Maybe not. Okay, then I'll work on that. Also, we need to take action to prevent stressing Satoko-chan. We don't want her to return to L5. I hear her aunt and uncle are very mercenary. Perhaps we can handle them with cash. Plan to provide my help with their guidance too. First, Satoko-chan isn't getting along with her aunt and uncle. I never thought that'd affect us in any way. But now Irie has to deal with them. Maybe he's developed some kind of sense of responsibility or duty as her guardian. I don't really care. The more responsible he feels, the more progress our research makes. That'll be a plus for me. And by the way, I saw the report on H170. Oh. Compared to her success, it's nothing, but I guess it was some kind of accomplishment. It's honestly ironic. The same research center that's produced the remedy to save her from derangement has developed a dangerous drug that could instantly induce it. Oh, I thought I'd say after I finish Roz. Reincarnated as a slime? Oh, yeah. I'm guessing that's what. Plan on taking a break from watching anime on my own, mostly so I can work on the book as I haven't made any progress since I temporarily lost my account. Still gonna watch anime with my sis though. Gotcha. That's the alarm. Originally, that's when we were gonna wake up. We woke up early, Pog. You change the alarm to that time. Okay. So after, yeah, because I think you said that you wanted to work on the book, right? Because you were motivated after something had occurred. A fellow streamer that you're watching. EDA wasn't involved in H170 research. That was my work. In fact, even if I asked him, he wouldn't have agreed to be involved. Yeah, good luck with the book, Mr. Wu. This dangerous reagent was developed during the process of uncovering the mechanisms behind how the pathogens controlling Satoko Hojo's brain could induce derangement or paranoia in their host. To put it bluntly, injecting H170 into a patient with Hinamizawa syndrome forced them to express terminal symptoms. Through the brain to a simulated state of agitation, intentionally forcing the pathogen to grow unstable. Ah, got it. Your alarm is your electronics being possessed by a demon. Is that what it sounded like? If we continue researching this, it will be possible to drive anyone with Hinamizawa syndrome violently insane at any time. Studying the mechanism behind that will help to solve the syndrome's mysteries. So this study on H170 will be extremely important to future research. Also, this medicine has military applications, as the client requested. At this point, there's absolutely no use for it. But once our research progresses a bit further, this H170 could be spread at the right moment to cause a certain type of reaction. Compared to a killer virus, it seems like a useless pathogen. There's no way to detect it in a dead body. It makes it look as though the person just went insane spontaneously, so it must have some useful applications. The Marco Polo Bridge incident threatened to end research on Hinamizawa syndrome before. A historically important incident like that couldn't have been created by a killer virus, but it's possible with Hinamizawa syndrome. The elders of the Alphabet Project, the sponsor for our research, can think whatever they want about that. I don't care how they use what I've learned. My purpose is to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome, to make people realize how important this research is. Also to make people acknowledge my grandfather's accomplishments and achievements. Any military applications were just byproducts of the process that I didn't care about. The clients will appreciate your accomplishment. Maybe our budget will increase for next term. Hehe. Passion alone can't keep research going. We need money. We must thank the sponsor for giving us so much funding. For this much money to come from public expenses. Maybe Japan is richer than I thought. They're public expenses, but they're expenses that can't be made public. Hehe. EDA has no idea what I had to go through to get that money. Anyway, the research is going extremely well. We don't know what we'll find out about Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm sure every mystery will eventually be solved. I can hardly wait. What the syndrome indicates is that humans are simply empty containers, and what we believe to be our will is simply the actions of parasites that live in our brains. If that mystery was solved, it would have a greater impact than anything else in history. That is a truth which nobody wants to believe. This is an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. Ah, I know now. I know the reason why my grandfather was so fascinated by his work. Did Kojima read Higurashi? Probably. He probably did. Maybe. Because it's like, what? 9 years later? Then we get Metal Gear Solid 5? Maybe they just think alike. So that was 23. So next up, 24. Oh, and what's her face is mad. Distrust of the mother of a queen. Results of the research on C-103 and H-107 are required. The truth about the Shirakawa Park accident is required. Anyways, I'm gonna head out now. Gonna just chill for a bit and watch some Raz. I'm not typing out reincarnated as this line every time. And might look at some Felix hentai. That whatever floats your boat, Mr. Wu. Thanks for stopping by. I'll catch you later. I'd never seen Raz be the shorthand version. Then again, I've never seen the shorthand version, so it's always typed out. Maybe not never. It's just so familiar. Also, let me take a sip. Okay. Rika has developed a high fever. A very high fever. It's not flu season or a season for any type of contagious disease. I can only think of the suspicious experiments Rika has gone through. Maybe the fever is being caused by those. Her growth is rather slow compared to other children her age. Receiving mysterious shots and going through experiments every week. Sure, her body is exhausted. I asked the staff to go easy on her, but Rika herself is fearless and is willing to go through anything. My husband, who should be admonishing her for that, truly believes their story that it's crucial to the lives of over 2,000 villagers. Takes her own daughter to that clinic every week. I'm the only one who's sincerely worried about her health. That's why I want to ask Dr. Irie to be a little more considerate towards Rika. Anyway, I have to talk to him about taking responsibility for this. Right after I called, a staff member came to pick Rika up to admit her to the clinic. As her guardian, I came with them. So thanks to you requesting Hat in Time, what's up? What did I contribute to? I'm very tempted to just explore the game more. Just like on your own, and hunt for collectibles. You know, I mean, that's the nature of that game, right? Because it's kind of based off, like Super Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, kind of. But I shall have self-control and work on stuff on Krita. Yeah, but... Collect all the things, Effie. I have other things to do. No, that's understandable. I mean, I'm guessing the collectibles are required for achievements, right? We're gonna say no to the achievements. In Hat in Time. Please calm down. We'll make sure she'll be okay, so please wait for a while. I can run on Hat in Time for quite some time. Actually, I don't know. I would think, but I don't know. Yeah, it's been a while. How could I calm down? Why did she come down with such a high fever? Isn't this caused by the experiment performed last week? Rika's just a little girl, you know? She cares about her friend, so she's doing what she can for the sick girl. You don't need every collectible. Hey, Dirk. I understand. There's no way our research would affect Rika-san negatively. Besides, we're being extremely careful so that something like that won't happen. And explain this high fever. It's probably due to the change in seasons, and... How could this be a simple cold? It's because of the weird shot you gave her. Dr. Irie only told me to calm down and refuse to accept responsibility. My husband told me this is all for the sake of the village. That's why I've held back my doubts until now. But I'm at my limit. Their existence has been suspicious from the beginning. They're conducting their research in secret, using a privacy policy as an excuse. That was shady enough on its own. It's just impossible. Impossible? In fact, I called the Ministry of Health and was told that wasn't true at all. Even after I told him I'm Rika Furude's mother, the clinic even came up with a stupid excuse. The clinic even came up with stupid excuses, saying normal workers often don't know of a special institute like theirs. That doesn't make sense at all. It's much, much too suspicious. Also, there are people who don't appear to be researchers working at the institute. They look like security guards, but they seem so different from normal guards at a normal hospital. In fact, one time I accidentally saw that they were armed with guns. So that's why they die. That is, well, are they policemen? I don't think so. Who are you all anyway? I refuse to believe you're from the Ministry of Health. Dr. Irie seems taken aback by my intensity and can't even answer properly. You're still hiding a lot more from us. That tells me the research they're working on with Rika isn't anything proper. Anyway, I'm Rika's guardian. Rika's still a child. Doesn't matter what she says. I won't let her participate in this research anymore. My. Oh, is she gonna... Okay. It's Rika-chan's mother. Hello. Oh, what's the matter? Is everything okay? Rika's mom is woke. Well, Rika-chan's mother says she won't let Rika-chan participate in the research any longer. Hi. Hey, Sariha Blossom. How's it going? Why is that? Because she's not your guinea pig. We've never treated her that way. You're misunderstanding us. I'm a little startled. Dr. Ie is a weak person who backs down under pressure. Tsukano-san is different. I'm yelling at her, but she's not afraid at all. On the contrary, she's glaring daggers. Looks as if she's about to jump on me. Greetings from the Canary Island? Nice. Don't know where that is. But welcome to the channel. Rika-chan's fever is caused by a cold. We didn't cause it. When it comes to safety and sanitation, we pay the same level of attention as the National Research Center. I don't mean to be rude, but considering you walk around while holding Rika-chan's hands without disinfecting yours with alcohol first, you're far more sanitary. We're not talking about that. Anyhow, Rika isn't your toy. She'll never come back here again. Think Tweety Bird? I'm joking, I'll help you check. Also, I've heard of the islands before, I've just never... Geography-wise. This is why I shouldn't play GeoGuessr. Spain? Nice. All the way over there? That's cool. Have you played Higurashi before, Blossom? You can't decide that by yourself. Oh, she's mad. Hold on. What does mad face look like? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's gorgeous. The Canary Islands. One of these days. You can't decide that by yourself. You and your husband both signed a statement of consent, didn't you? We have been depositing money that's by no means a small amount into her account every single month for her cooperation in the research. What? I know nothing about any money. Never even heard of that before. Rika receiving money for participating in the research really is news to me. Oh, the dad's pocketing the money. Knowing my husband's character, he wouldn't have used it as spending money behind my back. But he thought of it as a free service for the villagers. Completely forgot about the money being deposited into our account. There haven't been any strange deposits in the regular account, so it may be in our savings. Anyway, I don't care about that. Do boobs work like that? Oh, the old back to Krita. Okay. The old sprite. Just kind of hold him up. I don't know. I would not know personally. If you need help, the Canary Islands is a Spanish autonomous community in the Atlantic Ocean, West Africa. Ah. Gotcha. But how are things? Have you played Higurashi? I don't know either. If you want to breach our contract, we'll have to ask you to return the full amount of deposits we have made up until this point. Also, I feel like we should check her face, because now it's different, I think. She's like frustrated. She has fangs. She has fangs! It's cool. I have to ask you to return the full amount of deposits we have made up until this point. Also, if one party is at fault for the breach of contract. It's Kano-san. Please calm down. Mr. Furude, you too. Just as I explained to you before, we must find a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome, so the villagers can continue to live without worries. For that reason, we need to have Rika-san continue to participate. But tell me, when are you going to find a cure? It doesn't make sense. At first you said this was for Rika's friend Toko-chan, but Toko-chan has been released from the clinic and is now carrying on happily. You even told my husband 2 weeks ago that you found a cure already, didn't you? Yeah. Hui? Yeah, Hui? What's up, Gus? I saw pictures. Do you have beautiful beaches? I would think. Maybe? Yeah, yes. I think I told him something like that. But, you see, to solve the mysteries of the syndrome... He didn't mention anything about solving mysteries at the beginning. Rika was to participate to find a cure for the villagers. So now her job is done. All the research and experiments you're performing on Rika have nothing to do with the cure. You're doing them out of your own self-interest. Aren't I right? It's not true. It really is. Anyway, this matter of Rika-san's cold is just a misunderstanding. You still don't trust us, then. That's enough! Since money is involved here, I'll have to discuss it with my husband. Excuse me. Yeah. They were just too shady from the very start. Because of their exaggerated story, Rika and my husband took their side. But it won't work on me. Anyhow, I must settle things with them right away. Because Rika isn't their toy. Especially don't trust that woman called Takano. Dr. Irie seems to like me since he's... Seems to me like he's still a doctor. Like me. But she doesn't. How can I describe her? I guess I can say the glow in her eyes is just unpleasant. She only sees Rika as a guinea pig. Oh, did I wake someone up? Whoops. I can feel cruelty emitting from her. Neither my husband nor Rika have noticed that. I must protect her. As a mother, I must protect Rika. Yes, an example like, last... Did I see that speech? Love to see that. See a photo. I don't know if I woke someone up, but I gotta go check something. So, actually, let's finish this tip first, and then we'll go check. Just look that up, and my eyes have become stars. Oh, is it beautiful? Ah, we just finished. Oh wait, no we didn't. Okay, debated. That's not like you, Takano-san. Getting into an argument with her only makes things more complicated. It's so unlike you. I know. Sorry for losing my cool. Did something happen to put her in a bad mood? Ide wondered. The heated conversation she just had didn't involve the Takano he knew. Now why is she pissed? Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh man. I'll have to look at it. Okay. So yeah, what was that one? That was... 24? That was 24. Okay. So next up, 25. Distrusts of a mother or queen. Okay. While I have his lakes, I want to one day visit a tropical paradise like this. Like the only beach I've been to is South Padre Island. That's about it. I know there's Port Aransas that's like close by, but never really went. And besides that, I guess the next thing would be the lake near Chicago. That would be it. But yeah, BRB. And I'm back. How long was that? 408 for 10? Like 2 minutes. Okay. We have not very nice beaches here. What? But Singapore looked cool from what I saw in Westworld. Welcome back. Thank you. Turns out I did not wake them up. So, we're fine. Let me take a sip of my drink. I mean, what's up? So that's 24. 25 is over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rika fruit days, high fever is required. 0 Tomodachi, slight fever is required. I mean, it's mostly city, we don't have nice sandy beaches. Ah, gotcha. With lovely blue water. Damn. Takata-san always comes along with me whenever I go to take pictures on a stroll. She might have discovered the joy of cameras, and I'm happy to gain a friend who shares the same hobby. Describe it as laundry water? Laundry water. However, there's actually something else she's much more interested in. That'd be the history of Hinamizawa. She frequently visited libraries and local archives to read through various documents and books, and when it comes to Hinamizawa, she's gained quite extensive knowledge of the local history. When she's in a good mood, she tells me about things like how Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi Village, and how the villagers there used to perform various cruel ceremonies based around the worship of Orochio-sama. It seems she loved tales of violence, and that actually gave her a mysterious charm. On the other hand, I don't do well with grotesque things, so I can hardly say anything in response. Stories of cruel ceremonies that she gets excited about, I don't really get them at all. I don't really get them all that well. However, with the way her eyes light up when she talks, I don't mind spending time with her, even if I have to hear about cruel things. Sure like looking into that stuff, don't you? Sure, it's fun. It's thrilling to unravel a dark past that has been sealed away, don't you think so? Takano-san smiled in a way that almost made it sound like a dark past is something fun. But of course, it isn't. The dark history of Hinamizawa that she loves is something cruel and atrocious, like the witch hunts in the Middle Ages. Besides, it helped me in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. You don't have to always look through microscopes to research things. Sometimes, the traditions of this village that have spent so long with the parasite can teach us things that are far more valuable. That's true. Boy, you sure are passionate about this. Hehe. That's because research gives my life meaning. To step into the unknown and to uncover a secret that nobody else knows. Don't you think that's wonderful? It tickles my intellectual curiosity. It's probably the greatest entertainment available to humans, who can feel joy just from thinking. The first person to work on this, Dr. Takano, must have discovered something fascinating enough to make him devote his entire life to the researching of the syndrome, too. I think I'm probably the only one who could understand his feelings. I suppose it would be too difficult for you, Jiro-san, since you're not a researcher. Hehehe. She always seems so enthusiastic for every time she talks about the late Dr. Takano, an independent researcher who was the first person to discover the existence of the syndrome. There has to be something more there than just her admiration as a researcher. Come to think of it, Dr. Takano's full name was Hifumi Takano. Takano-san's full name is Mio Takano. Not only are their last names pronounced the same, but their first names follow a similar pattern. They must be connected somehow. I don't know anything about Takano-san's personal history, but there's a good chance that her name is an alias. So it's very possible she chose a name to reflect the researcher she admires. I see. So is that why you chose that name? What? Well, the name of the researcher you looked up to is Hifumi Takano, right? And your name is Mio. In Japanese, it's like you're counting upwards. You're continuing the research he wasn't able to complete, so I thought maybe that's why you have that name. Who told you that? Eh? No, I just thought of that now. Didn't hear it from anybody. Hehe. You're correct. Surprised you figured it out, since you're so dense. Wow. I know you admire Dr. Takano. Sometimes you've spoken as if you were his daughter, or a granddaughter, who inherited his research legitimately. That's why I said that. Even authors like Rampo Edogawa use their pen names as homages toward towards authors they admired as well. So I thought maybe the name you use is like your pen name, you know? No, that's not so. Mio Takano is my real name. You write my family name differently, though. Eh? Then it really is the exact same family name as Dr. Takano? That's even more of a surprise. Mio's your real name, too? Mio Takano containing Hifumi Takano's real life's work? What a fateful coincidence! Hehe. You're overstating it, Jiro-san. This isn't fate of any kind. He's my grandfather. What? This is news to me. I heard Takano-san discovered documents about the Hinamizawa syndrome left by Dr. Takano after his death. He decided to continue his research. Never heard of them being related before. Someone told me it'd leave a bad impression if I asked for money to continue my grandfather's research. That people may think I'm trying to pull funds for a family matter. That's why I changed one of the characters in my last name. So other than Uncle Koizumi, you're the first person I've told this to. I see. I didn't know. So that's why you're so passionate about all this. I understand very clearly now. She really did inherit the work her grandfather was unable to complete. My grandfather researched Hinamizawa syndrome not only from a medical point of view, but through old documents and literature as well. Hold on. Where... I just never see this. Ah. Okay, never mind. Looking through the old stories of a village that has been living with the syndrome for hundreds of years can be far more valuable than looking through microscopes that magnify things hundreds of times. My grandfather taught me that. I see. Sure, your grandfather's happy that you're finishing the work he couldn't. But he's really proud of you. Hehehehe. Hope so. Says one thing Takano-san would normally tease me about, but she didn't. She nodded and smiled. There's no mistake. She's indeed the granddaughter of Dr. Takano. My grandfather is Sufumi, which means 1, 2, 3. And I'm Mio, which means 3, 4. Following after my grandfather. We have only counted 3 together. Counted the 4 after my grandfather. Must reach the 5 that neither me nor my grandfather has seen yet. That is my duty, and the reason I was born. So that's why your name is Mio, huh? That's a beautiful name. Thank you. But please keep the granddaughter issue to yourself. The clients don't even know. I don't want any unnecessary problems from them finding out about it. Sure, okay. This is a secret between you and me, huh? Although it's only a small secret, it feels good to think that I'm the only one who knows about it. Only counted 3. Haven't even reached 4 yet. The path before me is long and rough, but I'll do it. I'll expose the secrets of Hinamizawa syndrome. I'll support you. It's my job in the first place, isn't it? I realize I don't know much about Singapore either. It's a whole big world out there. Pop. Did I pop that? Did that feels amazing? Jeez. It sounded pretty cool if you didn't tack on things like that. It's okay, you're missing nothing. What? But Westworld. It sounded pretty cool if you didn't tack on things like that. I only needed to say that you'll support me, you know? Ah, ha 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 ha. Okay, I'll support you. It's too late. You're not cool if you can't get it right the first time. Hee hee hee. We laughed cheerfully together. After we finished laughing, she became serious again, spoke as if to drive the point home. So remember, Jiro-san, don't tell anybody that I'm his granddaughter, okay? Okay, I promise. It's not a bad thing, but I don't want the clients to cut our funding because of that. I don't think they will. Besides, I won't tell a soul. Are you sure? Are you really, really sure? This research is the entire purpose of my life. My mission is to complete my grandfather's work. To prove that his trampled research is actually something amazing that will shock the world and to make everyone praise my grandfather who is perishing away under the earth, eventually having him ascend as a god. That's the meaning and purpose of my life. Jiro-san, if you say something that creates problems for my research, don't worry, I'll forget everything you told me here. Really? I mean it. I won't say anything. I promise. I won't say anything. Are you sure, Jiro-san? I sensed something frightening within her for a moment. afraid that she would end up possessed by it, I swore to keep the promise. Oh yeah, there's hard lakes of snow for 7 months of the year. Like lakes and snow. Her intellectual curiosity as a researcher and her conviction to complete her grandfather's work are what stirs her passion for researching Hinamizawa syndrome. I think there's one more reason, but it's far too deep. It's within a wound in her heart that someone like me should never touch. But earlier, she said, to create problems for my research. I wonder what she wanted to say after that. Can't help thinking she wants to say something terrifyingly merciless. I kept my promise with her, and we never talked about the issue again after that. Poor Jiro. Do I like snow? I like snow, but I don't like it to be too cold, which is counterproductive. I mean, you need it to be cold to have snow, right? Snow is fun for exactly like a week and a half, but after 7 months you just want sunlight and warmth. Oh man. I just want it to be room temperature. With a nice cold breeze sometimes. Which I guess why the hills are pretty good for that. Hill country. 25. So that's 25. 26. My mind's eye tells me the third sacrifice. Rika's father being marked as an opportunist is required. Rika's mother's suspicion is required. Negative 30 Fahrenheit. Oh, that's too much. If 40 degrees Fahrenheit was too much for me, I can't imagine a whole 70-degree difference. Damn. This is 26. The situation has changed. Rika's father suddenly changed his mind about having her help out with the research. When Rika came down with a high fever the other day, her mother, who wasn't happy about her daughter helping in the first place, finally blew up. I was hoping the father would convince her somehow, but now he seems to be on her side. Or negative 34 Celsius. Is that what it is? We have the opposite problem here. It's very tropical here. 40 is a mild day here. Rika's father didn't get much emotional like her mother, but he demanded that we make our research plans for Rika clear. That we finish our research within 3 months at most, which was completely unrealistic. We're definitely not tropical. There. Research can't have a deadline. That's out of the question. We cultivate results by grinding down our knowledge, skills, and time. To take time away from us is like taking away what's vital to live. How could he say such a thing? Curses, 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 curses. Rika's parents are only saying that because they don't know anything about scientific research. However, as they are the parents of the Queen Carrier, we are completely lost about what to do. Tests and experiments on the Queen Carrier are an essential part of our research into Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is the focal point of our work. To lose her would be like losing your sense of direction out in open water. Singapore is like close to the equator, right? Rika is providing her cooperation with our research, but the withdrawal of her guardian's consent could be a setback. The situation is extremely dire. Rika's parents are only interested in finding a cure, but to me, the cure is only a small part of solving the mystery. Can't let her go. Are our differences causing this predicament? It's not only them. The same is happening between Irie and me. He thinks it's inevitable that we need to stop the research if Rika's parents refuse to consent. That's understandable. From the beginning, Irie never had the determination to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. He won't back down from the research assertively, but he will passively by agreeing with Rika's parents. Is that the attitude of a researcher who's trying to unravel mysteries? He's the type of man who would step on my grandfather's research with his dirty feet. He is nothing but a coward who's in this half-heartedly. He started to feel guilty over his past the moment he saw blood. He isn't qualified to even be involved in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. He is simply an outsider who joined in because of the client's demands. If I were a man, he wouldn't be here in the first place. While it's true he produced wonderful results with his development of a cure, it seems to think it's alright to close up shop with that. Is he planning to waste everything by being satisfied with just that tiny result? That man doesn't have any right to discard my grandfather's research. I can feel my guts boiling. People north of Iowa start dying at 85 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 Celsius. Oh man. They start dying at that. Because they're so used to the cold. No, Ide is the main person at fault. The one to blame here is that woman, Rika's mother. If she wasn't so selfish, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe it's partly my fault. I maintained trust through relationships and obligations all this time. But somehow Rika's mother and I didn't get along, so I didn't try to socialize with her. Thought it was fine because I got along with Rika and her father. But now, the mother has influenced the father and changed his decision. What negligence! What a reversal! What a blunder! EDA is saying we should talk to the office in Tokyo about what to do next. But I know once the Tokyo office finds out about this, they'll order us to shut the research down. I've worked so hard to even get things started. If they hear anything negative, they'll put a stop to it. I've come too far to complete my grandfather's research. Can't let it be stopped. I still have a little time to think about this. I need to calm down and analyze this carefully. I've always come up with a great plan when I drink my favorite tea and bite my nails like this. I looked up at the ceiling and closed my eyes, as tenderly as possible. There were times where I couldn't find a solution, but someone else came up with a simple one. I've been able to overcome everything that's been thrown at me. I even endured the hell at that orphanage. So I'll never let that woman get in the way. Although I like hot sunny days, so long as I couldn't go swimming, usually I just spend my entire summer lounging on an inflatable raft at the pool all day long. Inflatable raft? Damn. How big is the pool? Or do you mean inflatable raft? Try to picture it. Settle your thoughts down. Think about this clearly. Be calm, Yotakano. Someone else may come up with a better idea. But who? It's not me. Can't be Idia. Of course, nobody from the village will do. Do I talk to someone in Tokyo? No, I can't. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Even Koizumi-sensei would be disgusted if he finds out I can't solve such a simple matter by myself. Ah, I know. There's someone I can talk to nearby. They're supposed to be my subordinates after all, so it's worth a try. I called the leader of the mountain dogs, Okanoki. The mountain dogs are my subordinates, but they're part of the self-defense force, and I'm just a researcher. So we never really had a chance to interact. He did what he was supposed to, and I did what I was supposed to. So I never even thought of discussing anything with him. But the mountain dogs are there to protect and support our research. Why not think of talking to him before? There he is. What a difficult situation. Hehehe. He used to speak standard Japanese, but now he has the Hinamizawa accent. I guess fitting into the region is the first thing they need to do. We may lose the Queen Carrier, and not only that, but her mother might end up exposing our secrets. Can you do something about it? I asked Oganogi rather directly, not really expecting an answer, but... You know, there's one person inflated things that you can lie on and float. Oh, okay, in the pool. Gotcha. Those are fun. Man, I haven't gone swimming since like 2016, I think. Because one of our friends had a pool, and we would go hang out. I think on a weekly basis, pretty much. Understood. The mountain dogs will take care of it. Just give us a little time, we'll do a clean job. Take care of it? Well, I can't do that. Is it too hot, Effie? We'll make sure the police won't get involved. Need a little time to prep. But it won't be difficult. I feel weird just sitting still and not doing anything. It's just relaxing. Having sunglasses on, chilling. I guess some people have drinks on the rafts. Yo, is that Mion's dad? That is not Mion's dad. But he does have green hair. Which is suspect. That is Okanoki. And that's what he looks like the other way. I'm curious if we'll see Beyond's dad. But maybe not. Right, those. Yeah. Nice, nice. Sounds like a pleasant time, Gus. Like one of these things. Right, right. The little drink holder. Have a margarita. I'm startled. Rika's mother is my enemy, but I was thinking about how I could convince her. But the leader of the Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligence unit whose duty is to protect this secret research, came up with a much simpler plan. Do you mean to kill her? To preserve the secret, I was told to do whatever is necessary. Of course, we won't do anything until we get an order. Right. This is a very simple problem to him. Rika's mother has started to interfere with our research. Not only that, there's a chance she might talk to people about the Institute, so they will eliminate her. Ah, that sounds like a good idea. Can you do a good job of it? That's why we're here. This will be our biggest job since the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. It's a decently sized pool from my apartment complex, so there's enough room to just kind of tether yourself somewhere and float all day. Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wonder how big the pool is. Because I used to live in an apartment complex, and I think that was like kind of small. I don't know. Thinking like hotel size, but that's probably not it. Ah, I remember now. The Mountain Dogs are the ones who kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and used that to blackmail him. It's been a few years, and I completely forgot about that. They did such a marvelous job then. That's right. I have the Mountain Dogs on my side. Can you get on with it right away? Could easily kill her, even tonight. But that'd create too much of a fuss, and make it look like she disappeared. So give us a little time to make some arrangements. Just like a cat's eyes under a bright light, I can feel something in the back of my eyes open up. Up until now, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to make her my ally, or at least make her surrender, or pacify her. Yet, one order to this man, and the problem's easily solved. I feel like a bird taking its first flight. Ah, how easily I can get rid of that annoying mother. All I have to do is give an order. I feel grateful to Koizumi-sensei for giving me such terrific subordinates. What a wonderful power he has given me. The power to murder. It's not huge, but it's big enough. This place is mostly just young adults here. Just kind of sit and sunbathe most of the time in the summer. Nice. I think my best friend's wife does that. Just chills at a friend's apartment complex. Hangs out at the pool. I was taught that all people are equal. But if I have the power to control people's lives, that means I'm more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others. So did you just want Rika Furude's mother to disappear? Well, wait a minute. Does he mean only Rika Furude's mother? I feel chills all over my body. If possible, maybe I should have her father disappear too. Rika is willing to help. She has no other relatives in the Furude family. Both parents die. She has to depend on someone. The Ch.8 Institute can support her. I'm one of said people who sunbathes all day. But I highly suspect the pool is going to be closed this year because of the corona, so I'll just have to hang out on the patio, maybe buy a mini hammock. Ooh, hammocks. That'll be fun. Damn. Good old COVID. Ruining things. I see. No, it wouldn't be bad to say that. The Institute can support her. We can give her status, money, and protection. We can give her everything. By doing so, maybe it's possible to make her one of us, rather than just having her as a helper. All my worries are melting away. Everything I was just concerned about seems like a joke now. I said powerful subordinates all this time, yet I never realized. All of my tension is being released. I'm starting to feel relaxed. I can feel myself gaining my cool head. Just wear sunscreen, Effie. I'm gonna get rid of it. Rika's parents, that is. The Queen Carrier is my guinea pig. Guinea pig doesn't need parents. That's right. It's almost time for the Watanagashi Festival. If they die on that day, people will call it the Curse of Orochi-sama. The murder case from 2 years ago and the accident from last year are two separate incidents, yet because they happened on the day of Watanagashi, they're being called the Curse of Orochi-sama. Then, if her parents' deaths occur on this year's Watanagashi, it'll be Orochi-sama's curse 3 years in a row. The miracle of Orochi-sama. Also the curse. I'm gonna create them. It's not how sunscreen works. Normal event horizon. she's tipping over. Thought about rednecking it a bit, driving my truck out into the country, probably would want some random road in the middle of nowhere, then just saying sunbathing in my truck bed. That might be how this summer goes down. That plan might come to fruition. I thought you were... I thought for a second that you were gonna go to like a river or something. Because that's what we would do. If we didn't have fools. Or just get in touch with nature, I guess. I don't know. There's a chance for me to ascend to godhood and toy with human fate. The incidents that occurred 2 years in a row are said to be a curse, but not everyone believes that. However, if it happens 3 years in a row, then everyone has to believe. Lurk, sounds good, Effie? Because that'll be a true curse that's created by me. I'll become Orochi-sama. My desire for revenge against God is coming together. Making her merely disappear isn't that fun, is it? When I started to laugh, Okanogi grinned to show his interest. We're gonna create the curse of Orochi-sama. Hee 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 hee. Can't just let her die. She'll be demoned away, and I'm gonna enjoy dissecting her alive. Of course, I won't just have fun. This will be extremely useful for our research. After all, she's the previous Queen Carrier. Oof. So that was 26. It's 26. Just next up. Mysterious death of fruited couple. Execution order for the 3rd year's curse is required. Declaration of war from the Kurado Ushi is required. Okay. It's 27 into 28. There it is. Okay. Is that right? It's gotta be right. Deep down, I was prepared for something that happened tonight, once again. The first year, the workers were stirred into a frenzy, killing and dismembering the old man. In the second year, the Hojo couple were killed through a fake accident. Since the dam protests, only people who have been hated by the villagers died on the day of Watanagashi. Some people in the village were calling the incidents the curse of Orochi-sama. Now that the dam protests are over, there would be no meaning in the village's enemies being killed on the night of the festival, I thought. That was true, and there were still some enemies left over. Thought that perhaps that would happen again on the night of the festival 3 years in a row. My hunch was right. At first, however, it looked so natural that I didn't think anything of it. The festival was nearing its end, and the village officials were gathered under the main tent. They opened their beers and enjoyed the leftover corn and braised caltripe from the refreshment stands. Caltripe. I was in the main tent too, being entertained by the villagers. So I was actually there at the scene of the 3rd year's incident when it happened. Yeah, I didn't notice anything at the beginning. Hey, Furude-san, what's the matter? Are you feeling sick? Most of the older folks in the village were heavy drinkers, but a few were lightweights too. The priest was one of the latter. The priest was a representative as well as a host during the Watanagashi festival. So every time visitors and guests arrived, he greeted them. Each time he was offered a drink. And each time he was offered a drink. So by the night's end, he was pretty worn out. That's why I didn't think anything of it to see the priest sitting by himself in a folding chair. The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was the one to tap his shoulder and ask him if he was alright. Are you okay? Haha, you drank too much, didn't you? Huh? Does your chest hurt? Sorry, I think I'm a little tired. Huh? Didn't you have heart trouble before? Getting sudden pains isn't a good sign. Dr. Irie. Dr. Irie! What's wrong? Is it your chest? That's not good. Ooh. When I saw what was going on and noticed he was covered in a terrible sweat, he was definitely not relaxing in his chair and enjoying the cool evening breeze. His face had a sickly pallor, and I thought he should lie down immediately. Pallor? Pallor? I should probably take you to the clinic. Are you okay? Can you hold on to my shoulder? Hey, somebody help! The priest doesn't feel well. What's wrong with my husband? Dear, are you alright? It's Kana-san. Perfect timing. The priest doesn't feel well, so I'm going to take him to the clinic. Could you please have the car come around here? Sure, no problem. Hehe. So the priest and his wife headed to the clinic with Dr. Irie. I don't know about young people, but the elderly know their own bodies well. They almost never push themselves to the point where they start feeling ill. Especially someone like the priest. It was hard to imagine him drinking himself sick. The cumulative experience of my years was telling me something. I headed to the Irie clinic just in case. Tried to follow their car, but because the festival was almost over, all the stands were closing up, there was a lot of traffic going in and out, making it almost impossible for me to leave the temporary parking lot. More than 20 minutes had passed since the priest was carried in by the time I arrived at the clinic. 20 minutes. If it had taken me 20 minutes, my involvement in this year's incident would have been quite different. I regretted not leaving on foot the moment I realized how hard it was to get my car out. All I get to do now is jot down the facts. Because between the time the priest left the festival and the time I arrived at the clinic, during those 20 minutes, this year's curse had taken place. The priest's condition changed for the worse right after he arrived at the clinic. He died. The autopsy results say it was heart failure, but how can I accept that? I don't think the priest was having health problems and everyone was taken by surprise by this sudden event. Moreover, the wife of the priest disappeared too. According to the clinic staff, she was with him right after he died, but she's nowhere to be seen now. Of course, she's not at home either. Maybe someone poisoned the priest. During the dam conflict, the priest was frowned upon for his remarks. He said there was no need to make a big fuss, because the dam project would be cancelled anyway. The older villagers liked to hold grudges and hadn't forgotten that, so even I had heard word of them talking about how the priest wasn't fit for the shrine to Oyoshiro-sama. I called for backup and had them go search for the missing wife. With last year's falling couple incident as precedent, it was easy to believe both wife and husband could become victims. The village's youth group got it organized and searched from the village to the mountains, and as a result, we found a set of sandals and a will by the edge of the Onagafuchi swamp. The will said something about how her husband's death was the curse of Oyoshiro-sama. She was throwing herself in the swamp to calm the god's anger. In other words, she committed suicide by jumping into the swamp. Legends say that the swamp is bottomless and is connected directly to hell. Once you sink, you'll never come back. Divers from the police department searched the swamp, but her body was nowhere to be found. The past two mysterious incidents were solved individually, just as the higher-ups say, but something is odd about this year's mysterious death. The ill priest was carried to the clinic. His wife accompanied him. Within 20 minutes, the priest died of heart failure, and the wife either committed suicide or disappeared. The death of the priest may really have been a fatal heart attack. For his wife to assume that it was the curse, and to commit suicide by jumping into the swamp, for all that to happen in 20 minutes just doesn't seem natural. The Furude family has no relatives. Even if she was a true believer in Oyoshiro-sama, how could she commit suicide while leaving behind her one and only daughter? Irie is hiding something too, but he's just a village doctor, which means he's nothing more than their pot. If this is all a conspiracy to assassinate the priest, then there is someone who's pulling the strings. I've been starting to think that trying to tie the past two incidents to the village so forcefully was a bit overbearing of me, but this incident was enough to convince me that this series of cases involving the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa were all grounded in one intention. This incident has countless numbers of discrepancies, but someone from the village seems to be putting pressure on high command. And just like the past incidents, this one will be treated as an individual case and end up being forgotten. Since it happened 3 years in a row, everyone in the village will say it's the curse of Oshiro-sama. That's the culprit's goal. After the war, belief in Oshiro-sama became antiquated. Is someone committing these murders as a ritual to restore that god's dignity? The one pulling the strings must be the Sonozaki family. A few months passed. Orio Sonozaki said something like, it was natural for that priest to be cursed by Oshiro-sama, so the priest's case was lumped together with the mysterious Hinamizawa deaths, otherwise known as Oshiro-sama's curse. At first, I simply wanted to avenge the old man, but now that case had grown to an abnormal one, centered on the village's fate. Damn it, the old man's killer is human. Won't let it be pushed off onto some nonsense curse. Poor Alicia. So that was 27. Next up, 28. Formation of a club. Soshi Hojo's awareness of his sins is required. The mysterious death of the fruited couple is required. Awareness of his sins? Oh, because you... Right. Feels burdened. School is the children's world. The values of grown-ups don't apply. Children decide their own values and create their own world. So the rules of the grown-up world of the village don't mean anything here. Even when the villagers badmouth the Hojo family and try to isolate them, that has no meaning at our school. So she feels the sins calling us back. In the children's world, children decide the rules. Rules they think are irrational don't exist here. That's why, as a representative for the children here, I vow that I'll never let any irrational rules come into our world. That just means he's almost done with the fight. Within the school, no harassment is allowed towards the Hojo siblings. In the very beginning... That's still happening, okay. In the very beginning, some boys teased Satoko, but they were punished severely, and it hasn't happened ever since. That text jumping is so weird. That's the least I can do to resist the madness of the village. So I hope Satoshi and Satoko both feel that the school is a safe place for them. Satoshi must notice my concern, because he often smiles when he's here. However, I never see Satoko smile. Satoko's classmates used to try to cheer her up, but soon after they decided that it was best to just leave her alone. I used to try to talk to her, but when I realized something, I stopped doing that. I'm a member of the Sonozaki family. To Satoko, I'm one of her enemies, so I'm sure she feels uncomfortable to have me around her. All I can do is to watch over her. That's why Satoko is alone in the classroom. That said, Rika-chan is always hanging around with her, even though Satoko told her she was annoying. Satoshi, too, is always beside her. These two are the only ones who remain by her side. It isn't limited to Satoko, of course. The malicious isolation is still continuing towards the Hojo family. Because their hysterical aunt is so hostile towards her neighbors, there's nobody who sympathizes with her. It's wise to know there are fights worth picking, and also fights better set aside. If the aunt had even a little tolerance or self-control, this isolation wouldn't have continued. Of course, the villagers were the ones who forced them into that role, even though they weren't related to the issue. But if she had stayed quiet, then it wouldn't have gone so far. The aunt's hostility is one thing, but she's dragging everyone in the family into it as well. The uncle and the aunt haven't been getting along, and he hardly comes home. But Satoshi and Satoko are forced to live in shame. The aunt vents her stress by harassing Satoko. This was the same too. The aunt is her guardian, after all, but Satoko doesn't even try to hide her disgust, so things aren't going smoothly between them. If she had behaved like Satoshi, then she wouldn't have been made into a target. So does that mean the sad life Satoko is living right now is something she caused herself? No, it doesn't. But no matter how much I sympathize with, and how much I want to help her, nobody knows what to do. An apology won't change the situation. The flow can't be reversed. The fact that the Hojo family is ostracized by the entire village can't be changed. That's the horribleness lurking underneath our lives. The neighbors, the village, and the community. Once they become your enemies, the world can become so cruel. Japanese people have known that since ancient times, which is why we cultivated empathy and an obligation to show courtesy to one's neighbors. No matter who I blame, Satoko won't smile. So the only thing I can do is to watch over her and make sure that she's safe when she's at school. Thank you, Mia. Eh? Sorry, what? Humph. Just want to thank you for being so concerned about Satoko. Satoshi kind of appears absent-minded, but sometimes he says things as if he can read your thoughts. Tried to deny it since it's out of character for me, but he smiled as if he could tell exactly what I was thinking. Satoko's just forgotten how to smile. When she's at school, she can let go of a little tension for a while. I'm sure she treasures that time. That's basically the only thing this old man can do for her. That's not true. Really appreciate it. Stop that. You don't need to say that. Besides, my family is the one who's causing all this grief. I don't think that way. I really don't. Not good at reading people's subtle cues, but I know for sure what he just said is a lie. Satoshi knows that he and his family are being isolated because of the Sonozakis. He's, of course, aware that I am a member of the Sonozaki family too. Satoshi is mature. That's the only reason he doesn't take it out on me. If he had the same temper as his aunt, he would hate me bitterly. Knowing that, the least I can do is not get close to them. But I'm a meddlesome person. When I see Satoko looking depressed or Satoshi forcing himself to smile, I have to do something. That might be even more troublesome to Satoshi and Satoko though. Maybe I just don't understand Satoko's feelings. Why? The family is causing Satoko grief, so for me, a member of that family, taking around her, is that the right thing to do? Sure, that's you being you. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm insensitive? I don't mean that. This atmosphere itself is robbing Satoko of her smile, and only someone who can completely ignore it can bring her smile back. This old man can't tell if you're trying to compliment him or not. You're mean. I'm not ridiculing you, really. I just want you to help. Eh? Can't make Satoko smile again by myself. Need someone like you to help me. But, I'm Mion Sonozaki, you know? If I do something insensitive, I might end up hurting Satoko even more. Satoko is already lonely. Are you gonna leave her alone too? This is the first time Satoshi has asked me for something so aggressively. Satoko is a very important person to him. Saying he needs my help to make her smile again. Still, no. Maybe he's right. What's going on between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family is an issue among the grown-ups. We children don't need to care about that. The irrational rules of the grown-ups don't mean anything in our world. So I have to object to the irrationality of the grown-up world using methods of my own. Are you sure Satoko won't feel bothered by me? She may, at first, but I'll be with you. I'll be with you, Mion. So she'll open up right away. You think so? Should we do something after school today? Oh, is this the beginning of the club? If we go home first, our aunt might say something and we might not be able to leave. Okay, then it's simple. Don't go home first. But if we get home too late, she'll ask us what we were doing. Let's see. I know. Why don't you join a club? Club? Yeah. Tell her you're going to after-school club. Tell her that you're doing something after school before going home. There are plenty of people who go out after school before they go home. That'll be no problem. But if we mess up our clothes, our aunt will say, okay, then we'll do something indoors. Then your clothes will stay clean. Indoors? Do you mean in the classroom? But wouldn't Chie-sensei say something? It's possible to play passionately while not going wild indoors. Contrary to my appearance, I love playing games. I've collected some treasures from overseas too. Some of the manuals are written in English and are a little complicated, while with some of them I need someone to play with. So a lot of them are just sitting in the storage room. Do you think Satoko can play those too? Sure. If you don't know the rules, then you just make them. Then you just make them up. As long as everyone is following the same rules, it's totally okay. I said it so confidently, but would bringing games from home and asking Satoko to play with us actually make her smile again? What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll bring one of the board games tomorrow. Oh, also me. I have something else I want to ask you. What? This old man is all ears. I am looking for a part-time job. Thought if I could get her a nice birthday present, that might make her feel better. Oof. Big oof. So soon, after the club's beginning. Also, squeaky chair. Jesus. Okay. So that was formation of the club. Well, right. Well, there it is in the title. Okay. I just didn't see. Okay. So that was 28. Then my mind's eye is telling me red capsule. 30 years curse of Osho-sama is required. The strange medicine that I can hardly remember was a capsule. Maybe it was an oval tablet. It was so red, must have been a capsule. Can't imagine a tablet in that color. Must have been a capsule. I think it was a little bigger than a normal one. I think. Can't remember. Although I can hardly remember, if I see that medicine again, it will refresh my memory. That medicine strips away humanity. It takes away a human soul, memory, emotion, and numbs the human body. There are no thoughts, no interests, no will to stay awake or asleep. There's no sense of time. Sometimes a second can feel like an eternity, and other times I can almost see an hour hand move. Either way, there's no emotion involved. Can't feel any emotion. Medicine only lets me stay in bed and look up the ceiling. Only the people who have taken it can understand this misery. What's more scary is that while I'm on the medication, I don't realize how scary it is. Given the medication daily, I keep losing all my senses. So, when the medicine wore off by accident, I realized I should never take it again. That's right. This isn't medicine that will heal me. It's just gonna kill me slowly. If I continue to take this medicine, I probably wouldn't be able to tell if I was dead or alive, and I would end up losing myself forever. I'll keep looking up at the ceiling without any emotions, keep watching the clock tick forever. If I take the medicine again, I'll lose all the senses I finally regained. I may never be able to bring myself back again. Since the day I realized that, I've been pretending to take the medicine, but throwing it away instead. Is this the, Rika's mom? If your doctor prescribes medication, you have to finish taking it, even if your symptoms are gone. I can hear my mother's voice. Anytime I went to the doctor's office when I was a child, my mother said that to me. I usually got well before I finished all the medicine, so I didn't finish taking the rest. That's why my mother said that. But this is a different type of medicine. I don't even remember how old I was when my mother said that. But with the strange capsule in front of me, I have to try and get rid of my mother's voice from inside of my head. I pressed down my head with my elbows until it hurt, trying to get rid of what my mother kept telling me. Right. As my head clears, I start to remember the ugly side of my mother. My mother betrayed her family. She betrayed me and my father, who waited for her at home with dinner on the table. She told us she was busy with work, but she was having an affair. That was bad enough, but she asked my father for a divorce after he took such good care of her for so many years. But there's something else I can't forgive her for. She invited only me to meet with her new family. Not my father, just me. Oh, it's Rena, right? Wait. Right, it's Rena. Okay. She betrayed my father. Yeah, okay. My father and I are family. Family means being together. And my mother tried to destroy the bond between my father and me. Not only had she destroyed her bond with him, she tried to destroy my bond with him too. When I remember, it makes me feel angry and hateful, and I can't forgive her. The back of my eyes started to hurt. I could feel the hatred on my face. That overflowing animosity is aimed not only my mother, but also the man she had an affair with. The man she had an affair with. Uncle Akihiro. Didn't like him teasing me, but he gave me an allowance and tried to have fun with me. Liked him very much, but his niceness was all calculated. He wanted to destroy the family bonds between my mother and my father and me. That's why I shouldn't have said I liked him very much. That's right. I'm starting to remember and understand. Now know my true enemy. It was his fault that my mother started to have an affair, because my mother was a very good mother. He was the one who made her a bad one, so he's the one who deserved the blame. When was the first time I met him? I think it was the first time when my mother and I went out and had lunch at a restaurant. She introduced him as one of her colleagues from work. At that time, if I think about that first meeting, I think I felt something wasn't right with the way my mother acted around him. That's right, I did. I did think something was wrong. It didn't feel right. Wish I trusted my instincts then. I was a fool to think he was a nice person just because he gave me a strawberry from this piece of cake. It's not my father's fault, because I bet he never met Uncle Akihiro. But I have. I've met him many times, and there were a lot of chances to realize he was my enemy. If I had a strong enough will to protect my happiness, I could have noticed that. I can't forget how my father looked on that day. My father, who was so nice and gentle, grabbed his knees so tightly and cried so hard. He asked me if I knew Uncle Akihiro. I answered yes. Then he slapped me in the face. When he slapped me, I finally realized how stupid I was for being taken in by him. That's right, it was my fault. I destroyed the happiness I had hoped to last forever with my own hands. If I hadn't been that stupid, my father wouldn't have had to cry like that. My mother would have stayed good. If I wasn't that stupid, it was my fault. I can't forgive my mother and Uncle Akihiro. Even when I hate him this much, I still call him Uncle, and I can't forgive myself for that. It was my fault. Everything was my fault. I was too stupid and foolish, and that's why this happened. I hate her. I'm sad. I'm frustrated. I can't stop being angry. If my mother ever came back to this house, I would rip her apart with my hands. But she never came back. My anger turned towards everything that my mother left in the house. I destroyed every relic my mother left behind, one after another. Threw and smashed everything. That still didn't calm me down. Even after I turned the whole house upside down, I still couldn't calm my anger. Where does my anger gather? It starts from inside of me, goes through my arms to my fingertips, it spurts from my nails. Where else can it go? So my nails aim at my own body. My body is the filthiest and most disgusting thing of all. I'm the one to be blamed. No, I'm not to blame. My mother's most at fault. My mother's the most corrupt. My body and soul feel filthy. I wanted to stain myself black and not slice the remaining flesh into pieces. And one day, I finally realized. There are tons of maggots in my blood. I am rotten. I am rotten from the inside. Come on, rot more. It is indescribably itchy. It is itchy. 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 Stabbed my thigh with a razor blade in the bathroom. Poor Retta. Blood flowed out. Reddish black maggots spilled out. I forced myself to open my blood vessels with my thumbs. The maggots spilled out. Squirm, 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 squirm. So many maggots spilled out from my left thigh. My right thigh must have the same amount of maggots in its blood vessels. Even my calves, too. My arms, abdomen, chest. No. How many maggots are there in the blood vessels in my neck? Strangely, although I've become rather insane, there's still a part of me that is calm. If I keep ripping myself apart like this, I'll end up dead. But everything is my fault, and I'm the one to be blamed. But if I blame my mother, the only way I can disgrace her is with my own body. Oh, I get it now. That's the best means for cooling my anger. I feel like I'm thinking incredibly rationally now. In order to forgive myself, I need someone else to blame. It has to be someone else's fault. But no such person exists. No matter how much I think about it, or how I twist the logic, my own body is my only outlet to vent this anger. So long as there's no one else to blame, I'll be forced to rip open every blood vessel in my body. Just like no matter how much I scratch, it still itches. No matter how much I rip apart my own body, it's not enough. Blood is all over the bathroom. I'm sure it makes for quite the gruesome scene. But I'm trying to stay calm. I can't ignore the sharp pain that runs through my body. Maybe because I've lost so much blood, or maybe because I'm naked in the bathroom. I feel freezing cold. My whole body is throbbing. My heart is beating so fast. I'm cold and hot at the same time. I'm also sad, angry, and in pain. I want to find something that lets me forgive myself. Then, it came. It came in a heavenly light. It was mysterious and unreal, like something out of this world. It apologized. It kept apologizing. Why is it apologizing? You apologize when you're at fault. So this thing I just met for the first time is about admitting to wronging me. That means I'm not at fault. It's at fault, not me. I dropped the razor blade. It fell into the puddle of blood. Pain has taken over my body. The pain of ripping apart my own body has taken over me. I've been telling myself this pain is the punishment for what I've done. That I'm not at fault. It is. So I don't need to accept this pain as a punishment. So I don't need to defile my body anymore. She continued apologizing to me over and over as I stood there covered in fresh blood. She apologized every time I wanted to blame myself, constantly whispering that it wasn't my fault. Oshiro-sama exists. She is always following me. Slap, 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 slap. Every time I can't endure the guilt, she apologizes and tells me I am not at fault. Everything is caused by the curse of Oshiro-sama. Things started to go wrong when I broke the rule that I wasn't supposed to leave Hinamizawa. I finally remember. When I moved from Hinamizawa, one of my neighbors gave me a charm. She said that if I left Hinamizawa, I'd be cursed, so I had to take the charm. That's right, she gave me a charm. It had some complicated writing on it, but I haven't seen it since I moved here. May have lost it. There's nothing I could do about that. If Hinamizawa residents leave Hinamizawa, they'll be cursed. My mother and I, even Uncle Akihito too, may have gone insane because of the curse of Oshiro-sama. Nobody was at fault from the beginning, because everything is caused by the curse of Oshiro-sama. Nobody is at fault. Nobody. Nobody. I'm finally able to forgive everything. The anger that I couldn't get rid of even after I destroyed everything, including my body and soul, is finally gone. Father, now I know. The curse of Oshiro-sama is what caused my mother to leave, and for you to be so sad. You remember Oshiro-sama, don't you? The guardian deity of Hinamizawa? That's right. People of Hinamizawa aren't supposed to go to the outside world. That's why Mother went insane. It's all because of the curse of Oshiro-sama. If we had stayed in Hinamizawa, we would have been happy. Oshiro-sama came to me and told me that. Come to think of it, Oshiro-sama has been trying to tell me that for a long time. After Mother left, I didn't know why she left or how to express my anger. Oshiro-sama has kept following me ever since then to let me know that. She followed me everywhere, the sound of her footsteps echoing behind me. But I pretended I didn't notice her. I was so stupid. Didn't hear her voice until I slashed my body all over. If only I had listened to Oshiro-sama's voice. But she started warning me once Uncle Akihito came to my life. The whole family had gone back to Hinamizawa. My mother wouldn't have had an affair. We would have been happy there. I bet Oshiro-sama has been trying to tell me that. That's right. She must have been trying to warn me ever since we left Hinamizawa. She was always with me. She followed me everywhere. I was stupid, trying to pretend I didn't notice. Everything was because of that stupidity. If I had noticed Oshiro-sama's voice, my family wouldn't have suffered from the curse. It's all my fault. Oshiro-sama is apologizing. She keeps apologizing, which means this is all her fault. So this isn't my fault, is it? Because this is the curse of Oshiro-sama, right? She's apologizing, saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oshiro-sama is apologizing repeatedly. So I'm sorry too. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't hear your voice. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We are from Hinamizawa, so we have to keep hearing your voice. Oshiro-sama definitely exists. Exists, exists, exists. Can't you hear me? Can't you hear, Father? Don't you see? Oshiro-sama's right there, apologizing, saying I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. Come on, Father, let's apologize too. Mother, you don't have to apologize. You should die because of the curse. I hate you, Mother. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate myself for being your daughter. These maggots are your fault. They make me itch everywhere. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I don't want that medicine. My mother got it to kill me, so I don't want it. I won't take it. I told you I won't take it. Stop. Stop. This is the curse, so you can't fix it with medicine. Won't get rid of the maggots because this is the curse. No, I don't want a shot either. Stop. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Everything is falling into a gray world. The voices of my father and the doctor sound so far away. Even what just happened seems like it happened a long time ago. Again, given the capsule, even my memory from a minute ago is gone. I'm back in my bed, staring at the ceiling. From what I can see, the only thing that interests me is the hand's little clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Follow the minute hand as it goes around quickly, and the hour hand as it goes around slowly. I see other things too, but they keep going through the same motions, just like the hands on the clock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Osho-sama keeps apologizing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Repeating over and over, constantly, nothing else. The chorus of Higurashi coming in through the window during the night seems louder than usual. Are you gonna see the bite of 87? I mean, the school deck. So 29. Okay. So now my mind's eye is telling me to go to Ren and Ryugu. Capsules required. I think after this one we'll do the 5-minute Burby. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Oh, who are you? Ah, sorry. We just moved in next door. We're here to introduce ourselves. Pleased to meet you. Oh my. Someone as young as you moved here? I see. Welcome. Mom, our new neighbor is here to say hello. Don't yell like that. Thank you for taking time to come over. They're the Ryugu family. We just moved into the empty house next door. Ah, you're Reina-chan, aren't you? My, how you've grown. Yes, I'm Reina. Thank you for remembering how... Mom, do you know her? Of course I do. You were living in Okamiya then, so you probably don't remember. But they used to live next door. So you came back, huh? This village is better than the big city, is it? I don't remember much because I was so small when we lived here. But I feel this is where I belong. Then you'll fit right in. If there's anything we could do for you, let us know. There's no need to hesitate. Being unreserved is the rule here, after all. Ah, yes. Thank you very much. I thought I remember things if I walked around the village, but I still don't remember much. I do recall, however, the vivid breeze as well as the brilliant greenery. I don't remember the village, but I remember that this is my hometown. Red scars still remain on my body. They're hardly visible, and I can't even feel them. I'm sure they'll disappear soon. Now that I'm back in Hiyamazawa, sometimes I wonder who I was back in Ibaraki. In fact, I think I wasn't myself from the moment I left. Now by coming back here, I finally regained my true self. I can hardly remember what I was like back in Ibaraki. Well, it's probably because of that red medicine. Because of the red medicine. Medicine erased all of my painful memories. Maybe that was for the best. I just wanted to be forgiven back then. I couldn't forgive my mother. I couldn't forgive Uncle Akihito. And more than anybody, I couldn't forgive myself. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I wasn't at fault. I wanted to be forgiven. So Oishio-sama apologized. She told me I wasn't at fault because it was a curse of Oishio-sama. That's how I was able to forgive myself. I didn't have to die by tearing my blood vessels out of my body. I think people have to die because they become corrupted. That's why people try their hardest not to dirty themselves all their lives. But I'm still living, despite how dirty I am. I've been allowed to live. Is there still some filth left on me? Or am I all clean? I don't know. The only thing I know is that the me who lived in Higurashi and the me who's here right now are two different people. I no longer feel the need to take responsibility by ripping myself apart because of the filth. Right, never mind. She took the pills because of the incident, right? After arranging some furniture and unpacking some boxes, we finally had dinner. Although I hardly remember Hinazawa, my father remembers things very clearly. Although it was around when we lived here before the Watanagashi Festival has grown huge these days. Oh, we lived here before the Watanagashi. Right, okay. It's out at the end of June. Watanagashi? I've never seen it myself, so I don't know too much about it. But supposedly people let cotton absorb the filth on their bodies. Drift it down the stream. Absorb the filth. You can wash your filth down the stream, huh? Haha, of course. Humans are sinners. As we live every day, filth piles up on our bodies, supposedly. Once a year, we get rid of the filth by letting the cotton absorb it. People become burdened with filth and sin by doing something bad. Court sentences can settle your crimes legally, but that doesn't mean the burden of sin, of the filth, will just go away. In other words, human hands can't erase human filth in this world. In this human world. The filth is something humans can't get rid of. That's why we need a god from a different world to do that. That's what I thought. But I'm surprised to learn about Watanagashi. Human hands erasing human filth in the human world. Letting the cotton absorb the filth and drifting it down the stream. That means it's okay to live in this world. I tried to commit suicide because I couldn't forgive myself. Higurashi-sama apologized to me and told me to come back to Hinamizawa. Now, here in Hinamizawa, there's this Watanagashi, a ceremony to get rid of filth. This isn't just a coincidence. Hinamizawa is a place to wash away your filth. Forgive sins. It's a place of forgiveness. It's called a purification ceremony. Ah, heard of those before. Japanese culture is very strict about filth. You aren't allowed to remain in the spotlight if you accumulate too much. So that's the reason why politicians and company presidents resign immediately once people find out about their dirty deeds. You must leave the spotlight if you're filthy. To put it in a bad way, the filth is basically pushed onto someone else and they are held responsible for it. Sins and filth must be removed. That's why people push them onto someone else and they try to get rid of the filth by sacrificing that person. But if that's the case, every time the filth is created, people will try to pass around responsibility for it. It's awfully hideous. It's almost like seeing demons in the human world. That's why they came up with the idea of letting the cotton absorb all the filth. By doing so, people can live without making someone else take on all the responsibility, sins, and filth. Putting everyone's sins onto someone and then killing that person makes that person a sacrifice. Who wants to be a sacrifice? That's why they desperately push their sins around. Purification ceremony is about replacing the human sacrifice with a non-human one. The purification ceremony dramatically changed Japanese culture. Before then, people always believed someone had to become a sacrifice. In other words, even with filth, everyone can live without blaming someone else. Filth can be forgiven by a method other than death. Only an existence higher than humans can forgive them. I was forgiven by Higurashi-sama and came back to this place, to Watanagashi, the purification ceremony that exists here. Letting cotton absorb the filth and drifting it away. There's no need for a sacrifice. That's why I've been allowed to live. The filthy me has drifted away, so the me that remains is no longer Reina Ryugu. If I'm not Reina, then who am I? If I'm without filth, without all the icky things, who am I? A name vaguely appeared in my head. My new name, that only removes one of the letters from Reina, but I think it's a cute name. All the icky things I erase are erased and forgiven with the removal of that one letter. Aiki? So my name is no longer Reina. My name is Kimi no Nawa? Is it Kimi no Nawa? still need to see that. But where? I guess I just have to rent it on Amazon. Then see Weathering with You. Although in Weathering with You, apparently they forgot to animate the clouds in one scene. That's a big oof right there. Oh, yeah. Just found it funny they had to apologize for that. I guess nobody noticed. Maybe people noticed, but it wasn't like a big deal. So that was 30. Okay. Oh yeah, and the background changed. Okay, so now it's the shrine. Gotcha. Well, let's go ahead and save. See the 5-minute BRB. So, no memento. Alright. That was 5 minutes. Felt what? Felt short. But anyways, we're good. Just close out some things. Okay. It's a lot of it's save tracks. Oh no, this is okay. I see what it is. Alright. That goes there. Okay. You already saved. 30 down. 31 to go. I mean, wow, 20 to go. Where is 31? Screen 4. Oh, okay, right here. So it's 30. Where was 30? Screen 5. Wherever you go. 31. Footsteps in the 4th year. Satoshi Hojo's awareness of his sins is required. The forgiveness of Ren Ryugu's sins is required. Okay. My harsh and brutal days are still continuing without end. The situation between my aunt and Satoko remains the same. My aunt yells at Satoko for no reason every night. Although Satoko cries, she still talks back at her, to her. So my aunt's yelling goes on and on forever. Satoko's crying goes on and on too. When Satoko sees me, she grabs onto me. She hides behind my back and tries to ignore my aunt's yelling. She always comes to seek my help. Satoko doesn't open up to anyone but me. So if I don't protect her, she'll be devastated. That security is something our parents didn't grant to Satoko. I have to be the one to provide it. But every day after day, every time Satoko cries, every day after day. Satoko grabbed onto me while crying yesterday. I patted her head, but along with pity, a different emotion came to me. I wanted to grasp her head, smash her against the wall. What an unbelievably devilish and awful emotion. Intrusive thoughts. No. I can't think that. No, it's not that I can't think it, I just can't acknowledge that feeling. Since that day, there's been someone else inside of me. That someone is trying to eat me up from the inside and switch places with me. When Satoko begs for my help while crying, that person tries to make me spill out some awful and hateful words that are sure to damage Satoko forever. Leave me alone. Don't grab onto me. Go away. No, I can't. To prevent him from taking over my body, I clenched my stomach and drove him out. Managed to do that. But that wasn't it. That person is coming after me, trying to get back inside of me. Won't let such a scary thing get back inside of me. You know there's no room to slip into my heart, as long as I keep it held shut like this. So he stopped trying and instead is following right behind me. He's waiting for me to let my guard down. When I walk, he walks right behind me. He's breathing down my neck. He follows me everywhere, and when I lie down, he stares down at me. He's waiting for the right moment to jump back inside of me, so he can hurt Satoko. It's been so hot lately. Maybe the heat is getting to me. That's why I think things like this. I'm the only family Satoko has, so I have to protect her from my aunt for the rest of my life. It's my eternal duty. The rest of my life? Forever? Do I really have to do that forever? Only Satoko, but I'm our only family. But it's because of my aunt. But it's because of the villagers too. It's almost with Higurashi. Some irresponsible people are saying that the curse will once again fall upon Hinazawa. They're also saying it will fall upon me and Satoko for sure. Maybe it's just my imagination, but lately the villagers expecting it are giving me especially sharp looks. I feel like I'll be killed on the day of Higurashi. Of course, there's no reason why I would be killed, it's just my imagination. Slap, 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 slap. Don't come inside of me. Satoko is my only sister in my family, so don't tell me those awful things. Slap, 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 stop, stop. Don't come this way, don't come this way. Footsteps came up right behind me, and the hand touched me on the shoulder. Ah! Oh, Rena. Are you okay? Are you? Must have been acting weird. Rena looked worried. Her name is Rena Ryugu. She just moved here, transferred to my school. Nobody remembers her, but supposedly she lived here in Hinamizawa a long time ago. In fact, she hardly remembers anything about Hinamizawa either. Since Mion is the only other classmate who's my age, I'm glad she's my friend. She usually carries on happily alongside Mion, but occasionally she shows more feminine consideration. Are you feeling okay? Do you want me to take you to the nurse's office? Do you? Thank you. I'm okay. Do I look sick or something? Yep. Her immediate answer made me realize I wasn't myself. Is it about Satoko-chan? Are you worried? No, that isn't it. She knows that the problem isn't physical, but a mental one. It's just something I think to myself, but even though Rena seems like a very easygoing person, maybe she's more perceptive than she appears. Since I just transferred here recently, I may not be able to help much, but I can at least listen. Sometimes talking can help. Although she just transferred, she already knows quite a bit about me and my sister, and also about the situation with the villagers. But talking about it won't solve anything. Actually, if I talk about it, I feel like I'd be admitting to my weakness, which might give that person a chance to get inside of me again. You're so surprised just now. That's why I thought something really serious was bothering you. How... Oh, that? Lately I feel like someone is following me all the time. Slap, 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 slap. Thought that was you. Sorry. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Footsteps? Following you? Eh? I know those. I know those footsteps. Oh, that was a short one. So that was 31. Footsteps in the 4th year. Mew Mew? Dab? Miss Meowsy? Is that a new one? Or is that the other one that you were using before? So that was 31. So now, a notice of leave of absence. Satoshi Hojo's part-time job is required. Footsteps following Hojo Satoshi is required. Okay. This one will work for Mew Mew. I see. No, you don't need to do that. You're a promising member of the Hinamizawa Fighters. We'll save your spot, so you can come back anytime, okay? I don't know about that, though. I have no idea when I can come back, so I thought I should resign at least for now. Satoshi-kun says he wants to quit the Hinamizawa Fighters. I know very well Satoshi-kun and Satoko-chan's situation, so I was suspecting that he might say this. Hopefully I get another one soon, too. From the Johnny K guy, right? The relationship between Satoko-chan and her aunt has gotten worse, to the point that it can be considered abuse. When someone from the Child Consultation Center came, of course her aunt behaved herself. Then immediately after, her harassment turned even more vicious. According to the neighbors, the aunt's scolding and Satoko-chan's crying can be heard nightly, and sometimes it goes on past midnight. So Satoko-chan's weekly physical checkup results are slowly growing worse. I'm trying to keep her stable by increasing her medication. But unless her relationship with her aunt improves, she's sure to go terminal and sink into madness. Although she isn't the type to become deranged, even at the terminal stage, she's the type who holds everything in, harboring her insanity inside. Just like she pushed her parents off the cliff 2 years ago, Satoko-chan may kill her aunt. Thanks to the mountain dogs, the incident was resolved as an accident, and Inoishi stepped aside, although he is still suspicious. Something like that happens again around Satoko-chan. Sure to investigate her mercilessly. Can't do anything more about Satoko-chan's environment changing for worse. So I'm not surprised to hear that Satoshi-kun wants to quit the baseball team so he can be with his sister more. Actually, I'm starting a part-time job. That's why I can't come to practice. A part-time job? Is there something you want to buy? Yes. It's almost Satoko's birthday. There's a teddy bear Satoko has been looking at. I want to get it for her. That's right. I remember the birthday on her insurance card. I think it's June 24th, right after the Watanagashi festival. I see. You're such a good brother. I'm sure Satoko-chan will be thrilled. I hope so. I can tell Satoshi-kun is also stressed out. To him, seeing Satoko-chan being harassed is the same thing as being harassed himself. This stress can be released through moderate exercise, such as with sports, and also with plenty of rest. If Satoko-chan is being yelled at nightly, then it's easy to figure out that Satoshi-kun isn't getting enough sleep either. I don't know what kind of job he's starting, but I don't think he'll be able to vent his stress on it. In fact, I don't like the idea of Satoshi-kun taking a part-time job, because he's already so worn out in every way. I asked him if he wanted me to help him pay off... I asked him if he wanted me to help him pay for the present, but of course he declined the offer. It's a present from him, so he wants to earn the money himself. He's taking this part-time job only to earn enough money to buy Satoko-chan's present, so it'll be a temporary thing. If it's for a short period of time, maybe it won't be that bad. While I want to stop him from working because I don't want him to get even more stressed, since he says Satoko-chan's birthday is near, I don't think we can stop him. Satoshi-kun is determined. If I say any more, I may lose his trust. So I'll have to accept his leave of absence. Oh, coach. Can I maybe borrow a bat? Completely misunderstood his words. Later I found out he carried around that bat to protect himself, and realized that, even then, he was already showing some dangerous symptoms. He believed there would be a fourth mysterious death this year, that he would be the victim. He became obsessed with the idea that someone was after his life. That is a symptom of Hinamizawa syndrome's terminal stage. But although I was involved so deeply with the syndrome, I was careless. A bat? What do you need a bat for? Satoshi-kun had his own bat, so he should have asked if he could take it home, but instead he asked if he could borrow it. When I think about it now, he said it that way to lighten his guilty conscience. But how could I have known then? Well, although I can't come to practice, I think I'll have a little time to practice swinging on my own. That's great. Sure, please take it with you. Make sure you do it in an open space, okay? If it won't bother your neighbors, it's good practice to hit a hanging tire. Swinging a bat can release stress. So letting him take his bat home would help. That's what I thought. But that was a huge mistake. I realized it only when things were already past the point of no return. So now my mind's eye is telling me to go page 2. Oh, page 2 is going to be done. Okay. Death of Satoshi's aunt. A bat to beat her to death is required. Well, we were prepared to respond quickly this year. That was why we were able to start the investigation immediately by securing the crime scene. The victim is the wife of the younger brother of the Hojo couple, so she's an extremely suitable target for the 4th year's curse of Oroshiro-sama. She has a horrible reputation among the locals. After the incident, everyone said she deserved to be cursed. I have a general idea of who the culprit must be. It's probably Satoshi Hojo. That innocent-looking kid. There's even a motive. The deceased abused his sister relentlessly, so this would be in revenge for that. Also, when he attended the inspection of the crime scene, he was rather frantic, yet also far too composed, as if he was totally unrelated to the incident. My intuition from many years of police work tells me that 8 or 9 times out of 10, someone who acts like that is the perp. I have no concrete proof, but if I question him, shake him up a bit, I have a feeling he'll confess. For the victim to be so beaten up, the culprit must have some blood on him as well. If we can find that, then we'll have proof. Unless he's a complete fool, I'm sure he's already gotten rid of it by now. If we can find any in the place he says he disposed it in after he fesses up, then we can convince the prosecutor too. This is pretty insignificant as a standalone case. A confession from Satoshi Hojo would end it. Everyone except me must believe that. But if I look at it as part of a series of mysterious deaths, it won't be so easy. Either the 3 families of the village, or the Sonozaki family alone, is directly involved in this. If they are the ones pulling the strings, they must have instigated Satoshi Hojo into committing this crime. If so, Satoshi Hojo is someone who knows way too much about them. The Sonozaki family's actions must remain hidden. If he could connect them to the crime, would they let him run around freely? Satoshi Hojo is a loving brother who cares very much for his sister. They set him up to kill his aunt as the 4th year's curse. After that, they will eliminate the one person who could connect them to the crime. So Satoshi Hojo is not just a simple criminal. He was set up. After that, my suspicions were confirmed. For he abruptly vanished. He disappeared in such a puzzling way. He didn't run because he was afraid that his crime had come to light. Another culprit came into the picture. He was already arrested for a different crime, and furthermore, he died while in prison. He confessed to information only the culprit himself would have known. Therefore, he must be the culprit. But as he's already dead, the investigation was closed. Then Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days after the festival. It's obvious someone doesn't want Satoshi Hojo to be connected to this incident. My boss put pressure on me to close the investigation and to file Satoshi Hojo's disappearance as a separate incident. He even handed the case over to a different section. The way this case is closing so rapidly greatly resembles the same trick used 2 years ago with the Hojo couple's accident. There's no doubt it's the work of someone who can put pressure on the police. As it happens, the Sonozaki family is the only one who could actually exact influence in the police department here in the Hinamizawa area. They may think their trails are covered, but this points towards them more clearly than anything. According to my informant, Ordio Sonozaki mentioned the 4th year's curse at the family meeting and hinted that she was the one behind it all. Hinting isn't strong enough evidence, but there is no mistaking that Ordio Sonozaki is the one pulling the strings. I know they're the ones who did in the old man, but I just can't grab them. The principal offender is still on the loose, but I'm sure he's being sheltered somewhere by the Sonozaki family. I have to locate him, find that missing right arm. I'll return the arm to his grave, make the principal offender and the masterminds both bow down before it. However, just like how Satoshi Hojo disappeared, it's possible the principal offender has already been eliminated. I bet he's already been killed and buried somewhere nobody can find. If that's the case, then that's fine. I'll make the old bag who ordered someone to kill the old man slam her forehead on the ground before his grave. This, I swear. After the 4th year's curse, people are already saying something will happen again next year. Even with all my preparations, I couldn't prevent the incident from happening this time. It's too late if something happens. Let's keep my eyes on the core of the village before something takes place. There's a reason why I have to get to the bottom of this by next year. Because I'm retiring. My mother has been wanting to go back to her hometown in Hokkaido. For a long time, she's been asking me to move there when I retire. I feel that's the least I can do for her, so I agreed to move to Hokkaido when I retire. So next year is my last chance to avenge the old man's death. It happened 4 years in a row. so more than likely there will be a 5th curse too. As a result of the series of mysterious deaths, the village has been tightly knit together since the dam protests. They were told that betrayers will be punished in the name of the curse. To the masterminds, that's enough reason to continue with the series of mysterious deaths. According to rumors, this year's victim, the aunt, was cursed because she didn't participate in the Watanagashi festival. So there are villagers who believe that if they don't participate in next year's Watanagashi, they'll be cursed. It'll be a huge festival next year for sure. Something will happen. A series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oroshiro-sama. I will avenge the old man. Well, definitely will. Definitely gonna avenge the old man. Definitely. Okay. That's page 2. Okay. So 33. Oh, page 1. It's almost done. So the 4th sacrifice. The death of Satoku Hojo's aunt is required. So page 1 and 2 are done. The village was in uproar. Because the 4th mysterious death in a row, which everyone believed would happen, actually did. Satoku-chan's aunt was killed. All the villagers feel rather satisfied about this incident, saying the curse finally fell on her for being a local troublemaker. But I know the truth. When I saw the beaten up body at the crime scene, I knew Satoshi-kun was responsible for it. Her abuse towards Satoku-chan was getting worse and worse. Satoshi-kun wanted to protect her. So he brought home a baseball bat. All the signs were there, so I didn't even need to hear it from Satoshi-kun. Yet I couldn't avoid questioning myself. I felt bad for the Hojo siblings, who had no one on their side, so I tried to be their ally. In the end, I failed to be any help to them. The phone rang. It was Satoshi-kun. He's never called me before. What happened? Does he want me to help him? If so, I will. I truly feel that way. Hello? Coach? Sorry to bother you while you're at work. Oh, don't worry. What can I do for you? Can't think of anyone else who has a car. A car? Sure, I have one. I'm in front of a toy store in Okonomiya. Not the one owned by Milan's uncle, but the other one by the dentist's office. Sure, I know where it is. I found a teddy bear for Satoku's birthday, but... It's too big to put on my bicycle. Too big? Satoshi-kun, how big is this teddy bear? Guess he didn't think about it and went to the toy store on his bicycle. Now he's stuck. That's so typical of him. Can't help but smile warmly. In other words, he can't carry both the bicycle and the teddy bear, so he wants me to come pick him up. I told him I'd be right over, and he headed to the toy store in Okonomiya. When I got there, I found that teddy bear he bought. It's a lot bigger than I imagined. Oh my. This is huge. There's no way you can put this on your bicycle, huh? The teddy bear is so big that Satoshi-kun can hardly wrap his arms around it. If he puts it on his lap in the passenger seat, he won't be able to see anything. We loaded the bicycle in the back seat and stuffed the teddy bear in the trunk. Boy, must have been expensive. Yeah, I guess. First I thought he was sweating because of the heat, but he's acting oddly. As if he has a high fever and his consciousness is coming and going. What's wrong? Are you feeling okay? I guess... I think I have a cold. It's not good. Do you want to swing by the clinic? I'll give you a checkup. Thank you. Huff. Huff. When he called earlier, he didn't sound this way. Did he become ill all of a sudden? Why don't you put the seat back? Is it too cold? Are you okay? Huff. 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 His face is turning pale. You can tell he has a high fever. Satoshi-kun was pushing himself to buy this teddy bear. A teddy bear this size can't be that cheap. For him to earn enough money in such a short period of time, he must have worked hard and long hours. Maybe he felt relieved now that he got the teddy bear he had wanted to buy. It's not unusual for a person to collapse after reaching his big goal. Proud of you, for earning enough money to buy such a huge teddy bear. Toko-chan will be so happy. I hope so. I'm sure she will be. Guarantee it. Our aunt is gone. Our uncle isn't coming back. There's nobody can hurt her in any way anymore, right? That's right. There won't be anyone who could hurt her. So you can relax now. Our aunt is gone, right? She died, right? Yes, she is dead. I performed the autopsy. There can be no mistake. She'll never abuse Toko-chan again. Are you sure? Did you really confirm that she's dead? Yes, I sure did. So, even if I see someone who looks just like her, it's not her, right? It's not like she was actually alive and recovered, right? No, it's not possible. She'll never come back to us. Then, that lady, she looks like her, but that's not my aunt, right? Right? Satoshi-kun pointed at the oncoming car in fear. Of course, the car passed by so quickly that I couldn't see her first. But no matter how much she looks like her, it's impossible for her to be alive. Look at her. She looks exactly like her. She even looked at me. Calm down, Satoshi-kun. Your aunt is dead. So no matter how much she looks like her, it's not your fault. It's not your aunt. But she looks just like her. Look. No, it must be her. That's my aunt. She's killed her. Bash your head in repeatedly. Why? Only try to stay calm and drive. Satoshi-kun is losing his cool. He's delusional. Seeing his aunt coming back from the dead. Then I finally realized Satoshi-kun is displaying symptoms of the terminal stage. Need to examine him once I get to the clinic. It's different from Toko-chan's case. We already have the cure. We can treat Satoshi-kun. If I talk to the mountain dogs, they'll take care of the murder of his aunt. So I can both save him from going terminal and give him back his peaceful days with Toko-chan. He was deranged until just a minute ago, but now he's gone quiet. He didn't fall asleep. Let's get to the clinic while Satoshi-kun remains in this calm state. There's no guarantee that he won't attack me while I'm driving. See if he knows what is going through my mind. Satoshi-kun spoke to me quietly. Coach, is this the curse of Osho-sama? There is no curse. Please try to stay focused. It's Toko. Sorry. Till just before I bought the teddy bear, I was thinking about running away. That's why Osho-sama got angry. I'm a failure as a big brother. You don't need to say anything. Close your eyes and get some rest. We'll get to the clinic soon. Then I'll give you some medicine, okay? I feel like there are maggots in my blood. It itches. Don't scratch. Don't claw at your throat. We arrived at the back door to the clinic. I slammed the brakes and stopped the car. Satoshi-kun has already started to claw at his throat. Can't stop him by myself. I asked for some help through the intercom. Some staff members came out immediately. Maybe Satoshi-kun was surprised to see so many people at once because he started to resist. I didn't need to run tests. He's at L5. He's reached the terminal stage and his thoughts must be filled with delusions. Maybe he thinks that the staff members want to kill him. The staff members pinned his arms and legs down and gave him a shot to put him to sleep. Coach, please, help me. Don't worry. I'll make you better, so please relax. Coach, please take care of Satoko. Please take care of Satoko. After saying those words, he fell unconscious. My, what's going on? Satoshi-kun suddenly displayed symptoms. Considering the amount of stress he's been under, it was just a matter of time. Or maybe he was holding it back until he bought the teddy bear. It's interesting that somehow we always find a live specimen around Watanagashi. Do you think it's this curse of Osho-sama? Hehehe. I don't have time to listen to her nonsense. getting close. So that was 34. So page 1 and 2 are done. Okay, so we can scroll this way. And that was 34. For sacrifice. Hello, I'm not watching nor listening. Sounds good, oh yeah. So... wait. Right, 34. So we're on 35. But where is 35? Also, is that good enough? I guess that's good enough. So 35. Oh, hey, page 4. A roll of a 1. Bottle of wine for a toast is required. Jiro Tomatake's promise is required. Draft of an emergency manual is required. I'm at 8 out of 50, by the way. Gotcha. Meow? What's up, Effie? Let me see. What's up, Effie? 8 out of 50. How long? So what we did? What? 3 hours yesterday? That was 20 fragments. We're 35? Right, 35. 35 fragments in. That's about 2 hours 47. Okay. But the last 8 are short. So I guess we'll see. Not much. How about you? Just, you know, playing Higurashi. That's what we're doing. I kind of have a feeling, so I don't know what I want to do. I want to, after Higurashi, because I kind of feel like I should continue with the visual novel stuff, and then after all the visual novels are done, then we'll do the requests, which will, I mean, it'll let someone else have another request put in. Because we're closing it out at 3 requests for the 99K. Then we're gonna push it way up. We're gonna raise the price. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't do requests after the first 3. I don't know. Cool. Let's see. Which will mean if we finish the visual novels first, then we'll do Legend of Zelda, Hat in Time, then whatever the next game is. I guess we'll see. But yeah, roll of a 1. This is part I'd really love to see you tonight. What song is that? Who sings that? Roll of a 1. Let's go. How's progress? We are on number 35. And there is ominous music right now. It happened so suddenly. Uncle Koizumi passed away. Never heard he was ill or wasn't feeling well. His chest started to hurt suddenly, and he couldn't sleep. Called an ambulance for the first time in his life because he didn't think he could endure the pain. He was taken to emergency care, but he didn't live to see the morning. It was an acute myocardial infarction. Infarction? But maybe it was the best possible way to go. Instead of being in bed for many years, slowly dilapidating and withering away, he was healthy until his death, so I think he must have lived a wonderful life. But still, it was too sudden. I wish I'd called him Uncle more. It's too late though. Uncle Koizumi would never smile at me again with his wrinkly old face, no matter how many times I called for him. He was my guardian until now. He always looked after me, making sure my efforts received proper recognition. Maybe he only did that because he couldn't help my grandfather when he was alive. But still, he was an important person to me. It wasn't just my political backing. Let me check something. Ah. Thanks, Effie. So what is this? Okay. Also, picture, Discord, OBS. Okay. I didn't realize that when he was alive. I thought of using his power for my own agenda. But after he died, I realized Uncle Koizumi was my grandpa too. He provided the warmth and protection that I longed for from my own grandfather. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought I forgot how to. Uncle, thank you for everything. Should have called you Uncle more, huh? No matter how many times I called to him, he would never reply. What I can do for him at this point is complete my research. I must accomplish my goal for his sake. When my grandfather's research is finally acknowledged, Uncle Koizumi's name will be known once again for being the sole supporter of this endeavor. I believe that's the best way to repay him for everything he has done. I vow to devote myself to my work even more from this day on. But, unfortunately, hardships and sadness tend to come together. It was like the tailwind that blew steadily until today suddenly became a headwind. The wind shifted far too suddenly. So strong, so cold, so sad. What? What are you talking about, Jiro-san? Well, you know that Koizumi-sensei was the main political sponsor for the EDA Institute, right? He had trouble getting approval from the related agencies, but Koizumi-sensei used his political weight to force it through. After all, he was one of the key figures in the post-war restoration, accomplishing tremendous deeds in the medical industry. He held a huge influence in politics and industry. So now that Koizumi-sensei is gone, the way he did things won't work any longer? So far, it's only a rumor, so I don't know for sure. But I heard they're going to reconsider the budget allocated for the project. Are you saying the EDA Institute will be closed down? No, I haven't heard anything about them reconsidering the Institute. But since Koizumi-sensei's death, the rumors say that there's a great deal of confusion among the old guard and their factions, as well as the civil strife within the party around finding his successor. Seems the opposing factions are gaining influence in the human resources of our client. So they may begin to dig deep into the holy treasure chest that the Koizumi faction held to fund their project. Of course, this is all too complicated for me to explain that well. And besides, these might just be rumors. Jiro-san kept saying there were rumors, but that told me that the wind's direction has changed. Maybe Jiro-san already knows everything, and he's simply trying to warn me about it. And then, at our next routine audit, Jiro-san made it clear with his own mouth. High-ranking government officials who had never came here before attend the routine audit along with Jiro-san. Just by seeing those faces, I could tell the turning point is approaching. As you know, the Alphabet Project was created to strengthen post-war Japan's presence in the world with the view of developing deterrent weaponry. However, the 21st century is now just around the corner. In this day and age, we must put the past behind us and start looking forward to a new world. He meant exactly what he said. Japan has already put the past behind. It's cutting off its ties to the ghosts that wish to resurrect the militaristic might of the pre-war era. That song, did you hear it? That bit? Yeah, it's the Dear You, right? It's like a what, motif? No. Reprise? They put it in places. It's been 40 years since the end of the war, and we've contributed to the world in various peaceful ways. We have a strong alliance with the United States, and our nation has established its position in the world affairs well enough. We have kept our promise to forever renounce war and nuclear weapons. We are known as a nation of peace. In this coming century, our presence and influence will grow even larger. Don't get me in trouble. It's just you. But on the YouTube video, it says, Dear You, Effie. The Alphabet Project, the main sponsor of the EDA Institute, are a group of people who want to develop a weapon that would act as a deterrent to the nuclear weapons which Japan is forbidden to own. So they've come to the EDA Institute, one of its branch organizations, to tell us Japan has now renounced nuclear arms. So the EDA Institute will be facing a strong, cold headwind from now on. The roll of the die that came up with 1 on that stormy day has reappeared. I won't let the result of a die affect me. The power of my will won't be beaten by some god's roll of the dice. Therefore, we're going to restructure the Alphabet Project to one that's more suitable for the day and age. This new Alphabet Project will be tasked with figuring out the best way for this country to achieve a larger presence in world affairs, not through militaristic means, but through peaceful measures like international trade and economic development. All the people who hold tremendous influence in the politics and economy of Japan were born before the war, so naturally they want to regain the glory of pre-war Japan. The very idea that we can win next time if we research the new bomb that defeated us is itself a specter of the war. No, everyone already realized that. It was just that no one could speak out against the grandstanding elders they owed their gratitude towards. Soon, the old will wither away, and the new generation will take control. Uncle Koizumi was, in a way, the last remaining pillar for the old generation. He was a pillar? His death is a chance for the new generation to step in. What would his pillar element be? The things they couldn't argue openly are now being discussed. They pointed out that from the beginning, the Alphabet Project was created for the personal satisfaction of a small group of people, and it sucked money out of the treasury. What is it, Hashira? And so, the new generation of politicians have taken over from the old. Therefore, everything the Alphabet Project was sponsoring will have to be reviewed. Of course, the EDA Institute is one of those subsidiaries. I hope that you'll understand and respond amicably. I understand. Can't do research without our sponsors, after all. We'll give you our full cooperation. EDA responded appropriately, but he's obviously bewildered. The best equipment and staff are being provided to the EDA Institute. In other words, our research requires a huge amount of money. For those with no interest in Hinamizawa syndrome, they probably won't be able to understand why that much money is being put into the research of disgusting parasites. If they're simply going to revise our budget, that would be fine. We're receiving more than enough money. That would, naturally, be adjusted. It hurts, but we can endure. That's what I thought. But if just enduring it was enough, it wouldn't be a 1 on the die. So even in that sense, this is definitely a roll of a die coming up as 1. Anyway, the new board of directors was inaugurated back in April. They've outlined their new policies for all projects. For more details, please look through the papers I'll be handing out. These papers are then passed around. I started to go over the details, but I read through quickly so I could learn about their stupid decisions first. The EDA Institute has made great headway in uncovering the mystery of the Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as creating a cure for the disease. The board of directors is extremely pleased. We recognize this is due to the unceasing efforts of Director EDA and all the staff of the EDA Institute. Thank you. Even while he received their congratulations, a tense atmosphere surrounded me and EDA. It's customary to start the conversation the opposite way you're planning to take it before delving into your main plot point to convey. If the main issue is something good, then start with something bad, or vice versa. The EDA Institute had 2 main intentions. One was to study the disease and hopefully find a cure. The other was to research the possibility of utilizing the disease for military applications. The new board of directors has decided to put a stop to the latter immediately. In this day and age, researching biological weapons is an Achilles heel for Japan. The EDA institution must cease all related research and destroy any results. I understand. I will comply. EDA replied with that immediately. EDA was assertive about finding a cure, but was never even remotely interested in researching the disease's use for military purposes. So I'm sure he has no qualms about concurring with such demands. But I don't agree, because our research will be more limited if we're just trying to find a cure. To me, finding that cure is simply a byproduct of my large goal of discovering everything about the syndrome. Also, regarding the EDA institution, we have decided to have you wrap up your work within the next 3 years. Your budget will decrease gradually as well. Well, wait, please! We've only recently figured out anything about the syndrome, and there's more we have to learn in order to create a better cure. We're making progress, but I can't guarantee we'll come up with a complete cure within 3 years. It's the understanding of the board that the EDA Institute has already completed enough research to develop a cure. The EDA Institute has already completed the C117 vaccine and has a great deal of clinical data. Yeah, my mom's bean sprouts are full grown. More music notes? More music notes? No, it's not even close to being completed. It's still only a prototype. We're far from being able to see a cure for all the villagers. Debating the end of our research at this stage could only be described as absolutely positively reckless. I'm surprised that EDA objected. Thanks to him, didn't have to say anything. Bean sprouts though. But if EDA hadn't objected, I'm sure I would have shrieked in protest. In other words, the EDA Institute is not yet capable of curing all the people who are infected or to fully eradicate the syndrome. Is that correct? Grow your own musical staves? Hell yeah. Yes, of course, curing all the villagers and eradicating the syndrome will be possible in the future. And that's our ultimate goal. But I need more time, and of course, funding to do that. Job is to investigate, find a practice that works, and establish it as a product. This isn't a job where you can follow a blueprint to create something with certainty in a set time frame. So we hope that you'll avoid following that misconception. I guess EDA speaks out when he needs to. What he's saying is absolutely right. Research isn't something guaranteed to produce results with money and time. But I disagree with some of the things he said. He's objecting about the time and the money, but he's basically agreeing to limit our research only towards finding a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome. That won't do. We won't unravel any mysteries that way. At that rate, the discovery of the Hinamizawa syndrome will be recognized as my grandfather's great achievement. I see. I think I see your point. Our main purpose here is to dispose of the fact that this research was conducted for military purposes. So we must forever hide the fact that the research was conducted on the strange disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as hide its existence. If you can eradicate the disease without anyone ever learning about it, then we'll give you the time and funding you require. But we'll discuss more about that later. Is that acceptable? Manual 34. Yes, I have no problem with that. Then, please submit a plan and a budget proposal for eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. Do our best on our part to approve your proposal. Thank you. I'll work on it immediately. Please don't misunderstand that it's our intention to halt the research immediately. I want to see the best possible outcome for your work. Please understand that. Yes, of course, I understand. When I was listening to their conversation, I was struck dumbfounded with something they said. Eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. In other words, it would have be as though Hinamizawa syndrome never existed. So my grandfather's name will never be revered by anyone. The sound of rustling papers and hushed proceedings filled the meeting room, but I only heard the ticking clock as I clutched my sweating palms. So wait, I guess... So he doesn't write Manual 34, she does. But then, well... I don't know. Guess we'll see. That was 35. Roll of 1. And screen 5. New wind. Okay, I'll get going. Thank you. Don't mention it. Come back anytime, okay? Hi, I'm home. Hey, Uncle Hiroshi. Hiroshi. Long time no see. Hey, Mion-chan. Are you going home? I have to give my clients a ride. Hey, a ride? Ah, you're talking about your realtor business, huh? They look horrifying? What, Mion? Sawazaki family is one of the largest landowners here in the Hinamizawa area. However, since all the land is out here in the countryside, it just ended up sitting there. Recently, the land owned by the Sonozaki family was put on sale in lots. At the family meeting, some of our relatives opposed the idea by saying we shouldn't sell off land that was handed down from our ancestors. But Granny snapped and shut them right up. Some of the unused fields were made into vacant lots and released for a public sale. Nah, she's fine. Oh, okay. Actually, I had some questions about it too. The musical stapes, though. The bean sprouts. They look horrified. Sonozaki family is very wealthy. We have plenty of land as well as money. So why did we have to sell it off? What's more surprising to me is that Granny was the one who came up with the idea. I would have thought she'd get furious if someone even mentioned something like that. JP, they're very wealthy? They are. Okay, if you're ever near the station, be sure to stop by. Treat you a cup of barley tea. Sure, thank you very much. So how's your business going? Should direct him to the Sonozaki family. They'll be the sugar daddy. I like money. So you can buy a sugar daddy. Surprised there are actually city folks who are interested. It must be those Novo? I'm gonna say Novo. Riche types who live in the big city. Novo Riche, right? Types who live in big city. Also own a house in the countryside. Well, I guess some people are curious. There's one family seeking to move here, not purchase a villa. He said he wants to build a studio, so he must be an artist of some sort. Oh, that's great. Oh gosh, better go now. Supposedly he planned a tour to show them the lots, and he's the one driving the bus. Should be about time for the tour and explanations to end. They left in a hurry. Keiichi's coming. Don't look at me for pronunciation. Hey, can I ask you something? Why did you want to sell our land? You don't like newcomers. I don't like newcomers, and I don't like big city people either. But the village needs them. It's like ventilating a room. Is it good for the village to have new people move in? This is a wonderful village. But the world is changing quickly. In the past, a very small change took 10 or even 20 years to happen. It was such a quiet and unchanging village. Well, that's rural life. In this village, nothing is different from yesterday and today. It's too boring for me, though. But you made a friend, didn't you? Ran over Yuka-chan moved here and you got along great. Told me you were happy that you had a friend your age. Yeah, making friends unexpectedly is fun. I remember you saying that school is boring when Ren-chan is absent. Do you remember that? We all know I speak like a filthy commoner. No, Effie, you're fine. It's just multiple languages. It's fine. Are you saying that's the good thing about letting new people move here? No matter how cold it gets, you still have to ventilate your living space. Otherwise, it gets filled with bad air and you'll suffocate to death. You open the window even knowing the freezing cold air will come in. Letting outsiders move here is like ventilating the village? Sure. Lets fresh air in and gets rid of bad air like us. If I bring up the Hojo family, I know Granny will explode, so I won't. But I think what Granny is trying to say includes things like their ongoing isolation. Even now, when she remembers about what happened at the explanatory meeting, she gets really upset. But I guess even she feels that needs to come to an end. I'm fine, Pog. But of course, she can't just say she'll forgive them, not when she's at this stubborn age. She can't lose face by openly saying they need to be forgiven. Honestly, I think she's behaving like a little schoolgirl who actually likes a person but treats them rudely when they're around. Tsundere! Maybe people really do go back to being children when they get old enough. Not just talking about Granny. The same can be said about all the old people in the village. No, maybe I should say the evil around here. That must be what she meant by bad air. There's no use circulating the air in a closed room. Unless you open the windows and let fresh air in, the air in the room won't be purified. I can't open my window. We don't know if there's actually going to be people moving here. But don't you think you're expecting too much from whoever does? Just Ren-chan moving here changed you, Mion. Whoever moves here will change this village. If possible, I hope some young and energetic people who have the charisma to lead will appear. They need to be the ones to put us old people away into heaven. Ah, it's Keiichi. Are you thinking about Gramps? Damn you. Nobody's thinking about him. Here, have the housekeeper put away the tea set on the veranda. Okay, okay. I will. Neon. Hmm? The day Hojo Satoshi disappeared. He came to me, huh? Yeah, I guess I did. That is what woke me up. There's a problem with the Hojo family. We can't just let time take care of it. We have to take care of it ourselves as soon as possible. But you can't do it yourself, so you're gonna have an outsider take care of it? That's the best I can do. No matter how bad your hand is, the next card can change the flow of the game. So maybe it's a good idea to draw cards from the stack. Your generation will be a new wind. Let that new wind come from the outside. You'll be the wind from the inside. When both winds create a gale, the gust will blow away the stale air from the village. That's the epitome of leaving your problems to others. You're the one who started the fire. You're trying to have your grandchild take care of it? Oh, don't say that. As the new leader of the Sonozaki family, bring the new wind to the village. If you're, say, that's my job as your successor, please, Mia. Too old. The only thing I could do now is to be despised by people. The wind chime sounded quietly. Maybe that's a sign to let us know a cool breeze is on the way. But I mean, they still do the fingernail torture thing, right? So, still a weird chant. I guess that's their culture. I don't know. It's still a weird chant. Anyways, so that was 36. So page 4 is done. Looking at 37. Okay. Guess, yeah, we're good. 37. Maybe we should wrap up for now. I don't think you're in the mood today. Eh? That's not true. Sorry if I gave you that impression. Takano-san has been looking through the viewfinder, but I haven't seen her push the shutter at all. While she came along, I don't think she's in the mood for birdwatching. Takano-san has been depressed ever since the announcement of the new policies at the board meeting the other day. That's understandable. The EDA Institute was created by her in the first place. It was created so that she can devote her life to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. For all that to be tossed aside while being asked to wrap up work within a few years, of course she's depressed. Besides, she can't even fully spend the rest of the time left on research. Their funding was being cut in stages, and by the end, they'll barely be able to finish closing up, let alone research anything. I heard that she's the granddaughter of the late Dr. Takano. Her determination to finish her grandfather's research is what kept her going until today. Since everything has been going so smoothly until recently, this sudden change in the wind's direction must have been a total shock. The shift in people pulling the strings must be pretty serious. The board of directors was completely changed out, and she heard that people and projects influenced by the Kozumi faction were being restructured to set an example. The wind's new direction seems likely to remain for a long time. It's highly unlikely that the Koizumi faction will come back into power, so no matter what we say, it's almost impossible to expect the same kind of support from them. Isn't there something we can do? Takano-san muttered. Fortunately, there isn't. There is nothing anybody can do. At first, the board talked about halting the research immediately, but after lots of convincing, they finally agreed to make it a gradual suspension over a few years. The people who helped us when the EDI Institute was first created are the ones who managed that. Hee. I see. Well, it looks like the worst case scenario is actually somebody else's hard-earned victory, huh? 3 years was the best they could do. Tried 2, you know? Use your data to try and explain to the board how important this research is. Only 3 more years, huh? Maybe Takano-san doesn't understand how hard I tried to convince them. Because what she just said tells me the length of time left really doesn't matter to her. The important thing is that her research is being stopped. The fact is that I couldn't meet her expectations and made her feel disappointed. As a man, it kind of hurts. The best I can do at this point is route as much funding as possible towards research so that you can work to your heart's content for the few years we have left. Sorry. Can't do anything else. That's okay. If that's the best you can do, then I'm very happy. Her words hurt me. I wish she'd chosen different ones, but I think that would be asking too much from someone so heartbroken. Must be understanding of her pain at a time like this. Besides, I know how close she was to the deceased Koizumi-sensei. She even called him uncle. To her, his death is not just the start of a coup or a change in direction. She lost a person who was always looking after her. No matter how hard she pushed herself to act villainous, she wasn't supposed to be part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. But she was intrigued by Hinamizawa syndrome, and she had to find help from someone who had more power than her to be able to continue research on it. The dark side of the world she should never have gotten involved in, extended its hands out to her. She was left all by herself in that world, and she's still trying to put on a brave face. I'm sure Takano-san thinks I'm unreliable. Realistically, I'm not the kind of person who can meet her expectations, nor do I have the power to. The least I could do for her is stay sincere and remain her ally till the very end. Since she had so much room to act, it's harder for her to determine what actions to take when she's cornered. I want to believe she wouldn't, but I'm concerned that she might do something drastic eventually. Hope I can be of help to her in that very final moment before she makes her move. I can't even gain enough trust from her to do that. How pitiful and pathetic. Of course, part of it is, as a man, I want her to rely on me. That's not really it. She's been abandoned in this world and is all alone, so someone has to be her ally. What's up, Effie? And if I'm the only one who knows about that, then being her ally is my job. I know her too well, so I know that she'll never ask for help. Even if she says it's unnecessary, someone has to be with her. I know that. I don't really think I'm suited for that job. I'm sure that there are many reliable people out there who are more appropriate for the position than me. But I can't let her be alone until that person appears. Takano-san, I know I'm pathetic and unreliable. What's this all of a sudden? What is it, Jiro-san? But I think I can be of help to you, so... Thank you. I don't believe that talking to people helps you feel better. Sorry. Though I'm happy to hear that you're concerned. I really am. Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll always be on your side. Please believe that, okay? Of course I will. Think of a good idea to convince the board, please let me know, okay? Sure. I'll do my best. Why is it? I know she's such a strong person and there's nothing someone like me can do for her. But somehow, I feel she needs help and support right now. She looks as tough as ever, but only I, who has been taking pictures of her all this time, can tell. A viewfinder, after all, is also a window to look into someone's heart. But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. Okwai koto? Anyway, I never thought she needed support more strongly than I do right now. It's just like Miyuki. Oh, man. So that was 38? Or no? Which one's that one? That was 37, right? It's 37. It's a disappointment. Actually, I need to go back to 36. So that was screen 5. Riku family's move is required. Watermelon from the Sonozaki family is required. Okay. So I didn't read that part. So that was 37. So then 38. Preview of lots for sale. The Ryugu family's move is required. The 4th year's curse is required. And Hanyu's here. What's going on? I don't know what to do. My name is Ichiro Maibara, and I am hopelessly lost. Came to Hinamizawa on a tour to find a lot for a vacation home. When the realtor finished explaining some details, he told us to take a walk until the departure time. Such beautiful scenery and fresh air. Let my senses guide me, and here I am. Where am I? Still have a little time before the departure, but I'm completely lost. This is basically the middle of nowhere, but people actually do live here. If I keep walking, I should run into somebody, and I can ask for directions. Don't worry. The only thing I need to keep in mind is the departure time for the bullet train. But the more time passes, the more I start to think I was being too optimistic about running into somebody. Because I can't find anybody at all. Maybe I'm walking farther and farther away from where people are, in which case I'm in serious trouble. So upon hearing someone's voice, I feel immensely relieved. It sounds like little girls are playing nearby. If it's a place where little kids can play, it must be a safe village. Follow those voices. Wait, does he see Hanyu? Or, upon rounding the wild pampas grass, I can see a beautiful field. 2 girls are playing there. 2 girls are dancing in the field filled with blooming wild flowers. What I'm seeing is more beautiful than all the great works of art I've ever seen put together. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but this looks holier than any religious painting. Why is it that seeing innocent girls dance around like this makes people feel this way? It's probably because we're sinners. Can't live with pleasure and glory alone. We sin, even as we live. That's why we feel awed by the sight of innocence. It reminds us of the time when we were pure. We grow up naturally. We lose innocence as we do. And we admire and adore the children who symbolize that which we've lost. So it was. Okay. Neat. There's a suspicious person who's mumbling some weird stuff over there. Oh, Rika, that's not a suspicious person. Eh? Ah! Sorry, not suspicious. Wahahaha. But you've been staring at my chest and legs. Nipa. No, I'm not. Don't turn me in. I really wasn't staring. I was using this mirror to fix my hair. Hahaha. I don't know what you're talking about, but it sure sounds interesting. Like father, like son. The girls teased me for a while, so he does see Hanyu. For a while, and when they got tired of doing that, they went back to dancing around. Realizing that whatever I said would backfire, I decided to leave them alone and sat down and watched them play. I wonder how old they are. They seem rather young, but maybe they could be close to Keiichi's age. If we move here, Keiichi might meet them at school. If he would see them at school, then they were girls that lived here. If all the children in Hinamizawa are like them, then even if living a rural life may have some challenges, there's a reason for us to move here. We're not very good parents. We didn't understand what Keiichi was going through, left him alone until the very end. According to the parenting book I bought, the first few problems are calls for help. It doesn't matter what the action itself is, but the fact that those actions are occurring is a primitive appeal from the child seeking communication. Humans can speak, and that's one of the reasons why we don't notice such signs. We can only hear words through our ears. We can't sense the signs coming from our son's heart. Keiichi probably thinks it's all his fault. Of course, he's not absent of blame. Humans aren't dogs or cats. We should know what's right and what's wrong. But it's our fault too, as his parents. To let him think that he had to go that far for us to be able to understand him is really pathetic and disappointing of us. If we had understood him and hadn't cornered him, Keiichi wouldn't have done that. So the incidents weren't only Keiichi's fault. Everyone in the Maibara family was to blame. I want to explain that to him, but he's still too young and hot-headed to be able to understand. Right now the guilt he's feeling is basically crushing him under its weight. He doesn't even have the will to live. My wife is the same. She's blaming herself for forcing him to study for better grades. She thinks that's why the incidents took place. And I'm no different. I'm blaming myself for not being involved in my son's education. I think that's why the incidents took place. The cross will be forever on our shoulders, even after the injured child accepts our apologies. Yet our cold society would tell us to die under the weight of that cross. Even so, we have to live. We have to accept our sins and carry our burdens on our shoulders. Maybe we can start a new life here in this village. Thought about all that as I watched the girls dance. Keiichi needs friends like them. Friends like those girls will offer him so much more than the friends who only talked about cram schools and exam results. The girls are playing near a sign that doesn't fit into this open field. It's a sign about lots for sale. The name of the realtor brought me here for the tour is written on it. Does that mean we can live even in this beautiful area if we want to? One of the girls spoke as if reading my mind. This is a wonderful village. You'll find lots of things you don't have in a big city. Yeah, that's right. I think so too. But I think you'll bring some things from the city to this village that we don't have. Do we have anything? Sure you do. Oh. We've lived in this village for hundreds of years just like this. Nobody comes to visit, and nothing happens. And so, nothing ever changes. Isn't that what's good about this place? Didn't you come here because you wanted to change something? Yeah, you're right about that. We want new people to come here too. It's like breaking the dam that keeps the swamp water from flowing out. Water is purified by moving. If it stays motionless, then it's just a swamp. In fact, this village used to be named after a swamp up until the Meiji era, but the name was changed to Hinamizawa. The water in a swamp stagnates because it doesn't flow, but the water in a stream stays fresh. Hee. Besides, you all are the ones who will teach us that dams can be broken, should be broken. Are they playing riddles with me? I have no idea what they're trying to say. But there's one thing I know. The villagers are waiting for new people to come here. They want to build a future with those newcomers. I looked at the sign behind the girls one more time, so that I remember this place. I've already decided. We'll be waiting for you to move here, Ebara. Oh, there you are. Sir, how did you get this far up? A raspy voice from the distance ended this innocent moment. It's the realtor. Guess he's been looking for me because I didn't return. Sorry about that. I got lost. I apologized while scratching my head. Turned around and looked for the girls, but they weren't there anymore. Just hiding in the bushes. So I want to say that was like chapter 6 when we saw that scene. Except we got it from his perspective this time. Well, I think that one was also from his perspective. But he did mention the two kids. So I don't know. It's very interesting. So that was 38. 39 is on screen 3. Deja vu. Completion of the medicine C117 is required. So another Takano. Hey, Nakagawa-kun. Long time no see. Still at it lately? You know, that? Wahahaha. No, not at all. It's no fun getting old. You gotta concentrate when you work with clay. If you put it off for a long time, your senses get dull and there's no point. Sensei, let me introduce someone. This is Major Takano. Very nice to meet you. Thank you for taking time to meet with me today. Truly appreciate it. I really did make time for you, actually. I was told that I could have some good raw sea urchins. Sea urchins are good for you. Did you know? Rich in vitamin A. They're good for your skin. Women like sea urchins, right? It's true that sea urchins are rich in vitamin A, but compared to spinach, it's not anything that's worth making a fuss about. Well, none of that matters right now. He just seems like an unpleasant man, so I wanted to criticize him. These men are the directors of the Alphabet Project, who control the funding for the EDA Institute. There are also people who are in the position of being able to offer their opinions to those directors. To put it in a simpler way, they are the new owners of the EDA Institute. Although not as much as Uncle Koizumi was, they are also leaders and influencers in various fields. I have to be very careful not to upset them. And therefore, there's no way I would have had the ability to call them in. By using the influence that the Koizumi faction once had, I finally managed to get this chance. Uncle Koizumi, who gave me his full support and made everything go my way, is not here anymore. I'm on my own from this point on, and I will open up the path. Have you tried sea urchins? I have not, actually. Well, is it like orange? No, can't be, right? Hold on. They would name something else. Wait, maybe. Hold on. Looking at photos. Actually, no. No, I haven't. But it's like poisonous to eat, isn't it? Or... Wild Hokkaido. Nah. No, never mind, I haven't. What am I thinking of? Not that. Maybe. Onagi? Eel? Maybe I think of the eel. Also, okay, there's some hentai right there. Alright. Let's get out of that page. But this stage just doesn't belong to me today. Have you tried them? Are they good? Can't let the people who offered me this chance lose face, so I have to wait patiently until it's my turn. My primary objective today is to explain what a prominent research subject the Hinamazawa syndrome is, and acquire an indefinite extension for our research. They only ever think about money, so they aren't even realizing the hidden potential of Hinamazawa syndrome. They don't recognize that it's worth spending a lot of money on. This is not mere research on the existence of an unknown parasite, but something that may overthrow the basic foundations of anthropology. A Nobel Prize wouldn't even be enough. It won't be easy trying to explain all that to men who know nothing about any of it, but I have to. That's why I spent many hours making these straightforward support documents. Sometimes we make documents confusing on purpose because we don't like dealing with uneducated people, but this time it's different. Can't look down at them. I must sincerely try to make them understand. I heard hentai, what did you do? So after I looked up sea urchin, I looked up onagi. Because I was trying to, I know, that sounded like something familiar from a menu. Turns out that's eel. And when I scrolled down on the Google images, there's hentai. So, you know. But yeah, I haven't tried sea urchin. Have you? Is it good? The accessible support documents are there in a huge pile. Feels like we're wasting time eating traditional Japanese food in such a relaxed mood. I want to get to the point and explain to them in detail so they can understand. But there's a saying, luck lies in the last helping. I have to be patient right now. To be frank, I thought the alphabet project we've seen wasn't that good. In the end, it's been nothing but a sandbox for the old men with their heads still stuck in the Pacific War. Nothing but a sandbox for those old men to craft their dreams of Imperial Japan's revival with money that isn't theirs. Do you know how much public funding was wasted on those delusions? Omo-san. Unagi? No, I think it was... I typed in that. I think I have. You've tried a sea urchin? Pretty sure that's what I typed. Hold on. History. Yeah, that is what I typed. Unagi is eel. Okay, but I've never heard of onagi. I must have mistyped it, so that's why. But yeah, so unagi. Okay. Also, BRB. The delay is insane. Okay. From what I've heard, there are already prosecutors poking people like Okuno Sensei and trying to pin embezzlement on the old board of directors. Wahaha. That's what you get for trying to suck up to those old men. Of course, none of it can be made public, so I guess they'll be held responsible or demoted in another form. This is what the country gets for letting these ghosts of the war run around freely all this time. Boy, these grilled sea urchins are fantastic. Wahaha. Well, this is harsh. I realize it's extremely difficult to ask this of you all when you feel that way, but might I have a moment of your time? So what did I eat? I'll have to look at the menu for that restaurant. So there's like something orange, but I don't think it was urchin, but well, even from the pictures, right? It doesn't look like that. You're from the Iria Institute, aren't you? You're researching some kind of local disease in Nagano or Gifu, right? What's going on down there? Imagine if you shared your screen when you typed onagi. Then we have to stop the VOD, highlight up to the point. It'd be a whole ordeal, which is why we don't. We learn from the mistakes of others. Cough, Pokimane. The board has decided to halt the research for military application. The research project itself is to wrap up within 3 years as well. Oh no, sorry, that's still being discussed. Anyhow, our work is scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Yeah, just casually browse Pornhub on stream. Do you watch Pokimane? No, I just see the clips of the fails. Ah yes, I remember now. The EDA Institute had a bad reputation even among the old board of directors. After all, it sucked up huge funds with barely any inspections. I don't know why, but someone high up kept pushing for it for some reason. Because of that, nobody could really say anything about it, and it was left alone. But you know, that guy loved to flirt around with women, so maybe that had something to do with it. Wahaha. Effie, I'm not a simp for Pokimane. Not a tier 3 sub. Is he implying that I slept with Uncle Koizumi? He's insulting both of us. But I held my anger in. I can't let myself be bothered by something like this. Anyway, today, I'd like to explain to you the details of our Institute's research and ask you to reconsider your decision. I truly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this meeting today. Lies. Effie, no. Well, I guess they don't give out free sea urchins for nothing, huh? Wahaha. I explained to them how much the Hinamizawa syndrome mattered, while being very careful not to go too fast. Tried to let them know that the syndrome's potential is not limited to small things like military applications, but it's much more meaningful than that. It may explain ideology and religion, may even shape the very definition of a human being. I took my time to explain as slowly and clearly as possible. Not confident that all of it had gotten through to those boorish men, but I'm happy if they understood even just a part of it. As long as they understand how much of a magnificent discovery Hinamizawa syndrome really is. So this is how she gets her. Oh wait. Thank you, Major. I see. We would like to discuss among ourselves, so could you please excuse yourself? Yes. Thank you. Obviously, they can't discuss in front of me. I left all the documents with them. All I could do now was hope they viewed them favorably. I left the room and closed the sliding door. The room next door is a preparation room, so I was to head there. But I stopped. Shouldn't have done it, but I tried to listen in through the sliding door. Well, I don't know what to say. I feel sorry for everyone in the previous board of directors. I know how you feel. Koizumi-sensei pushed this so strongly. I met him once before, when he became founding director of XX Pharmaceuticals. He seemed like a very intelligent person to me. Ah, shit, she's gonna be mad. Guess he just can't win against age. Makes you realize how important it is for humans to know when to pull out. But it is a fact that this very rare disease called Hinamizawa syndrome really exists. So not everything is a delusion. I heard that EDA Institute has already succeeded in identifying the disease and developing a treatment. Isn't that enough? In modern Japan, you have to be careful with things that might make neighboring countries nervous. And military-related issues are the most sensitive ones. So at the very least, we must erase the fact that research for military purposes has been going on for the past few years immediately. Is that separate from simply discontinuing the military research then? Yes. Even if we stopped it immediately, the fact that this Hinamizawa syndrome is being researched in order to create a biological weapon remains. We should hide the fact that no matter what purpose the research ends up being used for, if possible, it would be best if Hinamizawa syndrome just disappears. If that's true. If the disease remains, then sooner or later someone will become curious about it and dig up the hole we filled. I think we should follow the decision of the board of directors, and as soon as the EDA Institute eradicates this disease, we should have them destroy all evidence of their work before disbanding. Guess that's for the best. It's not even a matter of Nobel Prize, it's just useless for post-war Japan. Besides, this disease has existed for hundreds of years, right? And we've made it this far without any problems. From the start, I thought this amounted to little more than just poking around in the bushes. Me too. I don't doubt the existence of the syndrome, but Dr. Takano, who discovered the disease, is exaggerating more than a little. He had quite a unique interpretation of things. First of all, I've never heard of a parasite that's capable of controlling people's thoughts. It's just too much. If I tried to explain religions with this, then Buddha, Christ, all those would be, what was it again? Queen carriers? If I tried exposing something like this, we'd be attacked by every nation on the planet. Religion is pretty scary nowadays. Wahaha. There are parasites that live in animal brains, and I guess we can say there are parasites that live in human brains too. But for them to control human thoughts? That's a bit too unique, you know? Fun fact, there is a parasite that controls thoughts, but not in humans yet, but who knows? Are you talking about the ant? Or... I forget what it's called. The one like kind of controls an ant? Or no? Something different. I can't recall what it was called. But it was like brought up in The Last of Us. It could take over ants, snails. Okay. Then it goes from the ant to the bird and then to something else, right? Because it keeps on infecting. Which is scary, but you know. What can you do? As I peeked in through the gap in the sliding door, I became trapped within an unbelievable sense of deja vu. This is my first time experiencing this, but it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why, but the memory is so sad and so painful. Huh? Why, tears? Before I realized it, I saw a very nostalgic carpeted room on the other side of the sliding door instead of a room covered in tatami mats. The room is filled with the smell of dust mixed with the smell of some evaporated medicine. It's very soothing to me, just the same. And there is my grandfather. His article that he poured his heart into was made a mockery of. That he wasn't even allowed to cry. This isn't a delusion. Because within the documents I left with those men, there are a lot of references to the article my grandfather wrote. So I'm not surprised for my grandfather to be standing right there, explaining it to them himself. Together with my tears from seeing the sight of my beloved grandfather, I watched these men insult and belittle his masterpiece. I've seen this cordyceps, right? Cordyceps? I've seen this sight before, and the sight should have ended there. But why is it repeating before my eyes? Might be cordyceps. Okay. It's also some kind of barnacle. I guess I said it, then you typed it. I can only blankly peek through the sliding door at this strange world where reality and illusion overlap. Some kind of barnacle that does weird shit to crowds? Oh no. The Major is a little strange. And Koizumi-sensei, who believed in something as ridiculous as this, is a little strange too. But the strangest one of all is the person who wrote this article in the first place. Blends together expectations and delusions. It looks more like fiction than a thesis. I think this will be a big hit once it gets published, you know? You're absolutely right. I have a friend who's the head of a publishing company. Bet he'll love this. Wahaha. This is not a laughing matter, gentlemen. A huge amount of money was poured into this over the past few years. The worst thing is that the equipment used to gas the villagers in case of an emergency have already been procured. People must never learn about this. For such a plan to exist is scary enough, but if people find out about this equipment, the whole country will turn against us. On top of that, the cost to maintain this equipment is enormous. You don't really think it's being maintained, do you? Surely this whole project is some kind of money laundering scheme. What did they say anyway? If one girl dies, the whole village will go crazy at once? What kind of comic book is this? Castrator barnacles? I have not heard of that. But yeah, it was cordyceps. Exactly. Someone actually believed such a childish story and put a huge amount of money into it. Now that's crazy. What's truly ridiculous is that someone actually took these documents seriously. As he said that, he placed the documents down with an exaggerated gesture. Actually, I should say he slammed them down, because the papers ended up scattered all over the floor. You're too right. Excuse me. Need to use the bathroom. One of the men stood up, stepped on the papers. And they weren't the papers on the tatami mats, but the ones on the carpet. Right there, I can see my grandfather filled with the heart-rending sadness. Yet he can't let it show on his face. Grandfather's expression didn't change. It seemed distorted to me. I could see the walls of my grandfather's study crumpling and twisting behind him. I jumped into the room. I grabbed onto the mag's legs. I don't hate him. No, it's not whether I hate him or not. Sure, I hate him, but that's not it. I just can't forgive the feet stepping on my grandfather's article. Don't step on them. Grandpa wrote these. Please don't step on them. Sorry. His feet are still stepping on the papers. I tried to make them move, but they won't even budge, though they've grown roots. So I begged as I grabbed onto his legs. I tried to pull the papers from under his feet, but I can't move his feet. I can't pull the papers. Don't step on them. Don't step on them. My grandpa's... Don't step on them. My sobbing echoed in that silent room, just like it did back then. Poor Mio. Cool motive, still murder. Step on them? Isn't that Ben's thing though? So that is screen 3. So that was Deja Vu. Completion of the medicine. Okay. Well, getting pretty close. So that was 39. Next up, 40. So wait, so 1's done, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're so close. Alright, 40. Keiichi Mibara. Tea set on the veranda being put away is required. Ichiro Mibara inspecting a vacant lot is required. Alright. Not this song. Or this track. This is the school? Yeesh, this really is the sticks. Keiichi, don't say stuff like that. Say stuff. The people in this area love coming here. That was my first impression of the Hinamizawa branch school. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a school at all. It even has a sign that says Hinamizawa Forestry Service. Wahaha. You're right. Borrowing the building from the Forestry Service, said the man they called the principal as he laughed heartily. Although it doesn't look like it, it is in fact a school. The rules may be a little different from the one you went to previously, though. Are you okay with that? Yes. Heard all the grades are put in the same classroom at this school. Didn't believe it, but I think it really is true. They're all younger than I am, so I guess it'll be like kindergarten. It'll be interesting compared to my previous school where everyone looked the same age. If you transfer here, you'll be the oldest boy in the class, so you have to be a good role model for the younger students. The younger students have the tendency to copy bad habits from the older ones. I'll be keeping my eyes on you too, so make sure you're aware of that, okay? I understand. I'll do my best. Keiichi. What she means is that textbooks aren't the only things you learn from. As a member of the class and also as an older student, you have to be a good example. I know that already. After that, Chie-sensei brought us to an empty classroom and showed me where my desk would be. Since we're all still growing, I'm sure our sizes are very different. There are some desks that are way too small for me to even put my legs under, and also some that are just perfect for me. Okay, coded blocks. There are approximately 30 desks in here, but since all the different grades are in the same room, I'm sure it's very lively. There's also a wall full of calligraphy and art from different grades. It's all pretty exciting, nothing like my previous school. It reminds me of the days when I truly enjoyed my school life. Dad, I like it here. I like this school better than the other one in the town. I think my son likes it here. Hey Mikey, I think he likes it. I want him to go to this school too. I see. School in Okonomiya has more resources and better teachers, though. Even while saying that, Chie-sensei looked happy to hear that a new student would be transferring into her class. My father and the teachers went back to the teacher's office to get the transfer process going. In the meantime, I decided to stay in the classroom and look around. I didn't care about the move. I lost the will to live because of what I did. Didn't have any willpower. I couldn't even get out of bed. So when my parents told me about the move, I thought that wouldn't change anything. But after the move, something did change. I want to restart my life. I want to restart my life and become someone I've always wanted to be. Here in Hinamizawa and at this school, I can do that. I'm not going back to who I was. I'll never again think that good grades are the most important thing in this world. I have a feeling that I can learn the things that are really important in life here at this school. I never had the chance to learn them before now. It's almost embarrassing to put into words. But they're extremely valuable things. If you don't learn them, you won't become a decent adult. Students at this school learned them a long time ago. To them, they're a given. Yet, I had to spend time learning about them, even at this age. How to make friends. How to play with friends. To play. Things you can only learn from play. Things like socializing with others, etc., etc. It seems so easy. It'll take me a while to learn them. Push those things aside and devoted myself to studying. I'm not trying to say studying isn't important, but you shouldn't become blinded by it. If someone says studying and good grades are the most important things in life, he's talking bullshit. So I can restart my life here at this school. Finally, I can become someone I've always wanted to. No, Keiichi, you shouldn't say that to me. I noticed two girls looking in at me through the window. The schoolyard must also be a playground for these children, because I saw a lot of them playing there earlier. Guess those two noticed me walking around the classroom and became curious. Guess that's natural. I'm a stranger to them. Should I say hello and let them know that I'm starting school next Monday? Finally. You've been waiting for so long. Oh. So he can see Hanya too. Ah, whoa. This will change things, because Keiichi is the 6th on the die. Yes, he is, but his die rolls a 1 far too often. Ah, whoa. That's not Keiichi's fault though. It's all your fault, Hanya. It's because of you. Apologize to Keiichi. Ah, whoa. 6.9k points bog. Nice. Do you know my name? She said my name, didn't she? Did I hear her wrong? Nope. You heard correctly. I've never met her before. Nippa. Are you a new student? Nice to meet you. I'm Keiichi Matsuribayashi. Starting next Monday. Take care of me, okay? Oh. Sure thing. Here's a message for you, Keiichi, from the Shrine Maiden of the Furide Shrine. On your first day, be careful when you come through the door to the classroom. Also, there will be a thumbtack on the back of your chair. There will be a toy frog in your desk too. But even with this warning, you'll fall for it again and again. Your Monday is going to be disastrous. Poor Keiichi. Hehe. That's why it's fun. Why don't you try overcoming that fate sometime? Hehe. You'll be the one to teach us that. In one of the many worlds, right? Huh? So is this the first visit? Or... oh no, I mean this has to be the new one, right? I'll be reminded of the prophecy made by the two girls next Monday, because of the actions of a snaggle-toothed girl. I'll realize it too late, though. But I like it here. My name is Keiichi Matsuribayashi. This is my new beginning, and this time, I'm gonna enjoy it to the fullest. I've been missing out so much, but I'm gonna learn all of those. I'm gonna learn all of those things here. I'm going to absorb all of it. Well, right, because Hanya's here. And I'll become someone I've always wanted to become. It may take a very long time. I'll definitely do it. So, can they all see Hanyu, or what's going on? Oh boy. And then it's the document. Okay, instead of the shrine. Well, that was 40. Let's go and save. Whoops. Yes. Okay. Time is it? 3:54? Okay. Let's do the 5-minute BRB, and then we'll see what happens when we get to 50. So that's 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So yeah, let's do the 5-minute BRB. Un momento. Alright, we're back. Keep pressing tab instead of caps lock. Okay. OBS, photo, Discord. Okay, good. Alright, final 10. Final 10 fragments. Let's see what happens. I don't recall when Purifico played, but still familiar. Need to see it when I get there. So that was 40. Kichimibara, 41. An invitation to an end. A raw sea urchin and vitamin A are required. A big teddy bear is required. She needs moral support. Okay. Grandfather's articles were trampled on. We have proof that's clear as the pathogen causing Hinamizawa syndrome. So why can't they believe in its life cycle? Because they've never heard of that before? Because they can't imagine it? Because there's no way something so absurd could be true? Don't tell me that. I can't bring myself to care about the limits of those commoners' understanding. Why can't anyone believe the truth of my grandfather's article, which has been proven by the Idia Institute? Why do people continue to believe that humans are a special existence? Humans are simply a species of animal. When various parasites that control their animal hosts exist, how can people declare parasites that use humans as their hosts don't? Wait, this isn't the problem. Not at all. Because everyone believed my grandfather's article up until now. Isn't that why the Ministry of Health and the Defense Agency lent me their assistance? But out of nowhere, they turned cold. In other words, every bit of their help was because Uncle Koizumi had my back. Nobody actually read my grandfather's article? Did they just pretend to in order to make Uncle Koizumi happy? What is the meaning of everything I've done up until today? I thought I'd achieved something. What have I really accomplished? I don't know what's going on. All I can do is wallow in grief. The more I think about it, the more I no longer understand the meaning of my own life. Didn't Mio Takano devote her life to being useful for her grandfather? Then I haven't done anything for him at all. Count 3 with my grandfather and I go on to count 4. What a crazy thing to say. No. If I let my mind wander, doubt about myself and my life will slip in. So I'm just gonna fill the gap in my heart with alcohol? Is it that strange to presume the existence of something that can influence human thoughts? Welcome back? Yeah! It's true that Hinamizawa syndrome isn't the actual cause of ideology. The best you can do is drive people mad. Socialism and capitalism don't originate with it. In the era my grandfather was living, you couldn't talk about the world without ideology. The article came from that time and age, so some of its interference may be exaggerated or biased. But there's no reason to deny its foresight. You can't simply say it's crazy and push it aside. Besides, the most important thing they ignored is the fact that Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier, holds the fate of the village in her hands. My grandfather had predicted the importance and danger of the Queen Carrier since beginning his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. But the hypothesis of the infected community collapsing into madness if the Queen Carrier dies is a Pandora's box that can't be proven. It can only be confirmed after Rika Furude's death, and if she dies, it'll be too late. But there's no mistake that Rika Furude is the Queen Carrier, and a very special existence. It's clear from the various experiments we performed that she has a special influence on the infected villagers. Her death really could trigger the collapse of the entire village. That's no mistake. My grandfather predicted it. To say all that sounds like a comic book. It's just too cruel. For them to call the various preparations we've made to protect her a fictional project that was used to tunnel funds. What I'm doing now is simply what my grandfather was going to do. Therefore, insulting my research is the same as insulting my grandfather. According to my grandfather's article, the first thing that needs to be done when researching the syndrome is to protect the Queen Carrier. Yet, they ridiculed that more than anything else. The more I think about it, the more their words stick in my memory. I can almost hear their voices. I can't stop myself from covering my ears. I'm sure the members of the board of directors think I'm crazy. I was trying to petition for the Idia Institute to not be shut down, but it backfired. The members must think that Hinamizawa syndrome is some kind of joke. I'm sure they'll push even harder now to put a stop to our research. If that happens, I would have to go back to researching as an individual. In other words, the same as what my grandfather did. There's a limit to what an individual can do. It's doubtful if I would even be able to go back to researching it individually. Once the EDA Institute is disbanded, everyone is obligated to keep it confidential until we die. I signed a contract to that extent. That's not just a simple promise. If I were to break it, a special unit like the Mountain Dogs would come after me to ensure that I keep everything confidential. Even if that doesn't happen, the EDA Institute is to eradicate the syndrome within a few years and to bury every trace of it, including the results of our research. This isn't the normal process of research and treatment. You'll have to pretend nothing ever happened to begin with. I want to continue and complete my grandfather's work. What's happening now will result in the complete opposite. I'm actually helping to eliminate my grandfather's hard-earned research from this world. Treatment has been created already. Although EDA is as passionate as I am about developing a cure, it's not particularly interested in any other aspect of our research. I hate to admit it, but he has more experience and talent than I do. I'm sure he'll come up with a plan for eradicating Hinamizawa syndrome within 3 years, as requested by the new board of directors. And that board of directors will provide just enough funds to bury the syndrome. EDA will do that happily, just like the time when he disposed of all the research data on test medicine H170 as was requested. All they can do is to passively hinder them, just like they did me, while watching the Hinamizawa syndrome get eradicated. And when everything is over, I'll finally complete an article which is destined to be destroyed. Should I kill myself with thoughts of it in my head, so I can at least present the article to my grandfather? He won't be happy, even if I did that. On the contrary, he'll be disappointed in me for throwing the research he spent half of his life on down the drain. He won't embrace me, I know that for sure. I wanted to reveal Hinamizawa syndrome to the world. I wanted the world to acknowledge my grandfather's masterpiece. I wanted to carve his name in history and promote him to a god. My grandfather waited, believing that day would come, and he must be patiently waiting still, even after entering his eternal sleep. But I ruined it. I wanted him to become a god. I was going to become a god myself too. Then we will be together forever, and I'll never have to be alone, become as gods. If I become a god, God won't test me. There won't be any unhappiness. There won't be a sudden train accident. My grandfather won't go away, nor will Uncle Koizumi. I'll never have to go back to being alone. I am alone. I have no allies. I was just dancing in ecstasy on a stage without anybody watching. I'd only just realized that there was no applause, but only ridicule. No, it's doubtful that there was actually anyone in the audience to begin with. My parents died, my grandfather died, and then Uncle Koizumi died. 3 times had God toyed with me with their rolls of the dice. Speaking of gods, what's up? Need to do something about God home? Gotta do the Pantheon, Zephy. Did you know that Babby finished? He beat it. He finished the 5th Pantheon. It was a very wowy way that he did it too. But yeah, he's gonna do it again because I told him about the final ending. So that'll happen eventually. Oh god. Yeah. I think it was 43 hours of playtime is what he ended up with. Babby? Yeah. 43 hours. Way faster. Final ending? The different variation on the ending from God Home. If you know about that. Myla? What? I thought I overcame each of those trials with my own strength, but I didn't. I was protected by a new guardian each time. This time, I have no guardians left to protect me. When I first arrived in Hinamizawa, I had every intention of challenging God, kick him off of his throne. You need hand here? But now, forget challenging God, just a loser being played with. Time to set language. Suddenly can't find it within myself to care about anything. Because if I cared, I'd be swallowed by sadness. Soaking my heart in alcohol is all I can do to forget about everything. A luxurious black car abruptly stopped next to me. I became sober immediately, as cars like that remind me of the time when I was captured after escaping from the orphanage. Suspicious-looking men in black suits and sunglasses got out from the car. I realized it instantly. It must have been sent by one of the clients. Being involved in the development of a biological weapon, being the main person responsible for it, and on top of that, being mentally unstable, they obviously don't want me walking around freely. They're gonna abduct me, seal me in concrete, and erase my existence. Or so I thought. The irony is I don't say I want to sound like a Singaporean, but yet I say. You just want to show off. I expected them to grab me and shove me into the car, but surprisingly, they bowed deeply to me instead. Are you the vice administrator of the EBA Institute, Major Mio Takano? Normally, yes. I'm just a drunk loser at the moment, though. There's someone who would like to meet with you. Could you please come along with us? Even if I refuse, you're going to take me along anyway, right? I'll be killed anyway. Can't make my grandfather's wish come true, even if I live. There's nothing to show off. Well, I don't mean like that, but, you know. Cynical thoughts like that ran through my head. Then the person in the back seat said, "We won't force you, but I'm sure we can help." Never met this young woman before. She must be around my age. She knows about the EDA Institute, so she must be somehow connected to my clients. She's too young to be one herself. But a client who doesn't want to expose himself sent her. Even if I live, I can't make my grandfather a god. Can't be a god myself either. Who cares about where a loser like me gets killed anyway? I made up my mind and got into the back seat. As soon as I got in, the luxurious car smoothly took off. Silence filled the car for a time. They're the ones that invited me. I don't have anything to say myself. Long time no see, though I'm sure you don't remember. We met in passing at Koizumi-sensei's funeral. Oh, we did? Sorry, I don't remember. There's so many people at that funeral. Can't recall any of them. Why is that what she's opening with? Does that mean she belongs to the Koizumi faction? Koizumi-sensei was very active as one of the opinion leaders during the post-war restoration. Can't begin to talk about the way the country is today without mentioning his accomplishments. When we were rebuilding the country from the burnt fields after the war, our nation's supporters were united, but unfortunately it's hard to say that now. As our time of peace grew longer, and we started seeing the generation who didn't remember the burnt fields become key national figures, we saw a decline in those who understood the noble intentions we started with. As the final remaining members of those noble men, Koizumi-sensei was the central pillar guiding us into the 21st century. Hashira. After his death, the Koizumi faction quickly fell. As a result, other factions are extending their influence, leading everything to become quite a mess, right? Heard about these things from Jiro-san. It's really no different from the Sengoku era, when a lord or military leader died back then. The struggle to become the successor brought chaos to the nation. This country hasn't changed for hundreds of years. Exactly. Fortunately, while we built peaceful Japan into a comfortable place to live, the noble intentions that guided us from the outset have been forgotten. Right now, various factions are fighting in Tokyo over the seat left behind by Koizumi-sensei. If Koizumi-sensei and the other deceased servicemen ever found out about this, they'd be so disappointed. What does it have to do with me? Aren't you the biggest victim of all this? I think you've had enough experiences with sudden shifts in the wind, haven't you? It's true that our research began because of Koizumi-sensei's support, and the pressure we face under the anti-Koizumi faction have been tempestuous and cold. Maybe for them, every project that Koizumi-sensei left behind is an eyesore, regardless of what that project is. In other words, that simply means they rejected the research itself, doesn't it? Come to think of it, something like this happened to my grandfather too. Back then, Koizumi brought authorities from various fields to see him. They talked down to my grandfather, despite the praise they'd given him earlier. Koizumi-sensei told me that the masterminds were responsible for that. It's not too much of a stretch to say that your research into Nanazawa syndrome is the #1 leader in terms of funding, organization, and so forth in terms of projects within the Alphabet Project. Therefore, it's been made into a scapegoat by those people who want to monopolize the interests of the project. Scapegoat. What I mean is that your research into the Nanazawa syndrome isn't what they rejected. What's important to them isn't the content, but the faction leading the project. I wanted to tell you that today. In the end, I'm just a sacrificial goat put up for everyone to see, huh? Doesn't matter what I research. The only thing they care about is that we belong to the Koizumi faction. That's correct. The faction in control is like the direction of the wind. Sometimes it's the tailwind, sometimes it's the headwind. Unfortunately, once the direction changes, it's not easy to turn it back around. So you're saying it won't be easy to bring my hostile clients back? That's correct. The Alphabet Project has been taken over completely. All the directors have been replaced. They're only interested in fulfilling their own desires. From the very beginning, they had no intention of listening to your explanation. I grasped my knees, remembering that humiliating day. Let me change the subject for now. What would you consider the objective of your research, Takano-san? That is, to fulfill my intellectual curiosity. Isn't it the promise you made with the late Dr. Takano, who you looked up to as your grandfather? Well, that's surprising. Koizumi-sensei once told me that this fact could become a hindrance, so I've never told any of my clients about it. How did you find out? If they know that, maybe they know a lot more about us than I think. Where did you hear about that? Koizumi-sensei told me. What? We're not your enemies. Please relax. We're here to help you. I don't know who she really is, but I know she's here because she wants something from me. So what is it that she wants? She knows about the relationship between my grandfather and me, so I can't be careless. But in order for us to help you, we need to have you tell us the truth. In other words, we want you to be honest. I don't know what you're trying to say. What is your true purpose in researching Nanazawa syndrome? To have my grandfather's masterpiece acknowledged for what it is, and to have him become a god. Isn't it to have the world acknowledge the late Dr. Takano's research, and to get revenge against those who trampled upon and looked down on the articles your grandfather wrote with all his heart? I'm reaching the limit of not letting my surprise show on my face. How much does this woman know about me? In the first place, who is she? How does she know everything I'm thinking? I can't admit that out loud in any case. I have appearances to consider. While this elegant woman was wearing an angelic smile, she laughed with a double seductive whisper, several times better at it than I am. A simple smile and a devilish grin are completely different. An ordinary smile means goodwill, but a malicious smirk means the complete opposite. This woman can read my deepest thoughts, and while doing so, she's testing me to see how honest I can be with her. Whether I tell her the truth or not isn't the issue here. She's testing me to see if I can trust her enough to confess everything. If I've completely misunderstood, please forgive me. We'll take you to the nearest train station. That'd be Higurashi Station, wouldn't it? Well, on the other hand, if what I'm saying is somewhere close to what you're feeling, I think we can help each other out. Yeah, help each other. What do you think, Takano-san? Can't say anything in reply, but I think that simply remaining silent might also be an answer. I want to hear what she wants from me. I've always phrased my objective as some vague idea of turning my grandfather into a god. But she's just taught me what my true objective is. I want to get revenge for my grandfather's suffering. I want those people to fight over the right to read the article they once trampled on and mocked. I want them to believe, no, to worship, every single word my grandfather left behind. That is my true objective. This woman has stated out loud that which I have only whispered within myself. She even asked me if she was correct. Is this woman an angel or a devil? If I'm a human, is she in existence above me? Na 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 Katamari Damacy. So, you know, still haven't played it. I mean, I've seen playthroughs. Plus, I've seen the little that you played of it, but probably butchered that theme song. It's fine. Your misfortune was that you didn't understand your true objective. That's why you couldn't achieve anything. You set an abstract goal like uncovering the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome, which could never be achieved, so you couldn't help but question the meaning of your own life. Isn't that right? Hee. That's wrong. The actual objective of your earnest dream isn't so abstract. Can you imagine? Just think of this scene. The true leaders of this nation are reading your grandfather's article. While shocked at its contents, they believe all of it without even a hint of doubt. These people humbly read the article with footprints on its back. They express the respect at the insightfulness of his research and tremble in fear at its implications. What do you think? Were you able to imagine it? This is my first time envisioning something like this. And yet, it's been my dream all along. What's up? That Katamari Damacy? We'll play it eventually. Your grandfather is the one who named it Hinamizawa syndrome, yes? That name will echo in every corner of this nation, and will be carved into eternity. Carved into eternity? For all time? Indeed. Your grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Hee. Is she doing the hee-hee-hees? Or is that us? She could never be achieved. Okay, so she is doing the hee-hees. Okay. Isn't it the dream you've devoted your whole life to realizing? Hee. My grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Remembered. Forever. And yet, those pigs who couldn't understand turned your dream to a sacrifice simply because of factional conflicts of interest. They're even trying to trample it into the ground. Just like how they kept trampling on your grandfather's article. See? Hee. Who is this lady? You must be full of regret. The data you worked so hard for is indeed the same as the article your grandfather did his best to reduce. You can't forgive the people who laughed at it. You can't forgive those pigs who ridiculed your grandfather's masterpiece, right? Aren't I right? Oh, I know I am. But you didn't think about that because you're so kind as to not know how to condemn people. See? An indescribable emotion is filling me, making me feel like I'm suffocating. The sensation of being cautious and calm, trust and mistrust, are all blending together. My heart is beating fast and my fingertips are shaking. Why am I at peace? Is it because she reminded me of my true dream that I couldn't express with my own words until now? Is it because she made me aware of the anger within myself? Why am I hesitant? Is it because she's reminded me of things I've never told anyone until now? No. Those are the things I've never even told myself. Hey, Mio-san. If what I'm saying isn't wrong, but is in fact completely true, I know I can help you with both your dream and revenge. Hehe. What's the matter? Are you feeling alright? If that's the case, I shouldn't keep you. I'll take you to the nearest station. No. Small noise leaked pathetically out of my mouth. Like a child apologizing for a prank. Did you say something? Hehe. I'm really curious about this, but I mean, maybe it's just a shadow. Yeah. I know she heard me, the woman smiled, trying to make me say it again. Like she's not important. That's not it. Doing perfectly fine. Hehe. I'm glad. Let's continue then. If that is in fact my dream, then what can you do? I'll help you with both of your vengeances. One is revenge for your grandfather. We'll make those people who ridiculed your grandfather's article humbly take it into their hands once again. The one they violated, the other is revenge against the board of directors from trampling over your research, simply because of their factional conflicts. Revenge against the filthy pigs who tried to stomp on not only your work, but on your life as well. Getting revenge against the board of directors by having them read my grandfather's article? We'll be honest with you too. We're helping you because our interests are the same. We can't allow the project that Koizumi-sensei established for the sake of Japan's future be eaten up by these lowlifes after his death. If we had more power, we wouldn't have allowed that scum to become involved at all. However, the wind started blowing in a different direction, and the project can no longer express Koizumi-sensei's ideals. It has become a pigsty for them to satisfy their own desires. Koizumi-sensei, who gave them the name Alphabet Project, would not have wished for it to remain this way. The project should have been shut down the minute it deviated from his ideals. So you're trying to make the sacrificial sheep of the factional conflict into a wolf, are you? If you choose to keep your grandfather's article hidden away in your heart, then I won't force you. No, I won't let that happen. I don't mind falling to the ground myself, but at least my Grandpa's article. Don't you want to make the article that represents you and your grandfather's lives into something that will last forever? Hehe, after all, that's your dream, isn't it? That's right! That's my reason to live! We'll give you a chance to make your dream come true. On the night I decided I was a loser in life and drowned myself in tears and alcohol after being abandoned by everything, I met someone who could be an angel or a devil. Is this divine salvation, or the devil's seduction? I fought with the board of directors regarding the continuation of our research, but that was completely off target. That wasn't my true goal. Did I see? Just give me a reason? Maybe? Let's see. That's my reason to live. Maybe that's my reason to live. My objective isn't to continue researching Hinamizawa syndrome. It's to have the world acknowledge my grandfather's research as a masterpiece. Somehow, the method of achieving that swap places with my objective and caused me to misunderstand myself. Just give me a reason. Just a little bit's enough. Just a second. We're not broken. Just baked. I was thinking of Nero. But I can't remember that song. But this is completely different. We can learn to love a gate. Top tier, misheard lyrics. The purpose of my life isn't to continue my grandfather's research. It's to get revenge or repay them for my grandfather's suffering. That's what this woman is saying. She's promising to make my grandfather's research eternal. She's also promising an opportunity to take revenge against those who laughed at it. So which song were you quoting? When Uncle Koizumi died, I thought God was playing dice with my fate. But my unshakable conviction gathered together a power stronger than God's die. So maybe this meeting happened for a reason. Curse you, God. You're testing me again. I will overcome the death of Uncle Koizumi. And I will make my grandfather an eternal existence by taking revenge against the God who tested me. I will, for certain. Pink, just give me a reason. Misheard lyrics are so cursed, but so great. Could be fun. They've certainly screwed me up, but worth it. I'll take my revenge. So many explosions. Okay. What's going on? Manga. So that was 41. It's now 42? Okay. June 1983. The revenge of Mio Takano is required. Keiichi Mibara changing schools is required. With this, do I have all the pieces lined up for 1983? Sure is a hard and exhausting job in just lining up the pieces for the month of June. But finally, I'm at the start line. Beginning from zero, at last. Yet, seeing all these colorful fragments together, I realized just how many sentiments were intertwined around June 1983. I used to think that thoughts of people with no relation to me were useless, but I was wrong. That was loud. Oh, was it? Did it hit the red? Rika Furide did her best to overcome the fate of June 1983. She did two things. One was to get in touch with the EDA Institute, because she knew she would be protected there. Lurk. Sounds good, Effie. Thanks for the lurk. Ironically, Takano from the EDA Institute was the one who wanted to kill her, but it was the best move for her at the time. And the other was to ensure that the Maebara family moved to Hinamizawa. It actually wasn't certain that the Maebara family would move here. Did my alert go off again? It did. It actually wasn't certain that the Maebara family would move here. They first decided to move here when the father felt something sentimental at the sight of us on the day he came to view the properties for sale. Therefore, it was necessary for us to play in that field. It was the trigger for the Maebara family's move. It took me so long to find that out, though. After turning various conditions on and off repeatedly, I finally realized that meeting Keiichi's father at that field was the cause. Maebara Keiichi is a very important key for breaking Rule Z, one of the chains that was binding me. He is the fresh air that's powerful enough to break all the old and evil customs in this village. He created many opportunities, but he also provided me with an important clue by letting me know that a strong conviction and the will to believe is what's important in standing up against a powerful fate. But I wasn't the only one who wanted him here. People in the Sonozaki family who wanted to wipe out the nastier traditions of the village also wished for him. Mion Sonozaki vowed to herself to protect Satoko and Satoshi because she was very much bothered by how irrational the treatment of the Hojo family was. And the night Satoshi Hojo disappeared, she exploded at Oryo Sonozaki and forced her true feelings. Oryo Sonozaki understood. Oryo herself had come to understand the wicked customs of the village, and had been wanting to do something about it. But she didn't have the power to do so herself. So she entrusted it to the fresh air that was blowing in from the outside. That was why the lots went on sale, so the Maebara family could move in. Even if I danced in that field, if Oryo hadn't put the lots on sale, Keiichi couldn't have come. And Ren and Ryugo, who provided many important opportunities for Keiichi Maebara, was saved by returning to Hinamizawa after the deep emotional trauma of her parents' divorce sent her into a terminal condition. Keiichi Maebara's wish to restart his life was the same wish Ren and Ryugo had a year prior. Maybe that's why Rena was able to understand Keiichi. It's like the miracle where one can recognize moments in a certain fragment from another fragment. They can use the lessons learned from one fragment, and humans won't make those mistakes. The game pieces will make their best moves, and the chances of winning this game of June 1983 will rapidly increase. In other words, Ren Ryugu makes extremely important moves on this game board without realizing it. The mighty Rule Z that surrounded the Hojo siblings was eventually smashed by their actions. Of course, Satoko overcoming herself was also a big help. Their hands met only because they reached from both sides. Keiichi and Rena are the ones who taught me that. Mion is the one who made it possible for them to move here, and she also helped them to become familiar with the village. That's not all. Irie is also an important piece with significant functions of his own. Feeling empathy for Satoko, he is the most influential piece on the board we call Hinamizawa Syndrome. His existence is also capable of defeating Rule X. Keiichi and Rena's determination and subsequent awakening taught us that it was possible to fight against Rule X, but they didn't defeat it. Defeating Rule X requires the assistance of Irie, who has a strong will to discover a cure for the syndrome. I didn't know Irie held this many thoughts within him. I always thought he was rather absent-minded, but he is, in fact, an important and powerful piece. So if we gather all those power, can we win against Takano's will? I've seen Takano's thoughts too. Sadly, her will is strong and can't be easily broken. It's no wonder our fate in June 1983 has been so hard to shake no matter how hard we fought. The sentiments I've been turning towards it pale in comparison to how many she's brought into it. The weight of our game pieces are different, because I've given up on fighting while she has been risking her life to fight on. spent time sulking and drinking wine to escape from reality. Must be a very light piece indeed. Can't win against Takano with what I have so far. Need more pieces to be able to win. The officer Oishi once showed the possibility of becoming a strong ally. But he's misunderstanding that the Sonozaki family caused the death of his dear friend. So until that gets resolved, he won't be of any help. I don't know how I can resolve that misunderstanding. I just have to believe in it and keep throwing the die. Just like Keiichi and Ren constitute a chance to change fate, maybe Akasaka has the power to create a chance as well. The curse of 1983 is tied to the curse of Hinamizawa. The curse can't be broken by inner power alone. It takes power from outside as well. Both sides have to reach out, otherwise the hands won't meet, just like what happened with Satoko. But Akasaka has never come to our aid. Even if he did, it was always too late. Too late. Far too late. But if I keep throwing the die, will Akasaka's game piece eventually appear? The final rule, Rule Y, involves the evil masterminds who are using Takano as their own game piece. To defeat them, I need a very strong opponent for her. And the only one I can think of is none other than Akasaka from the police headquarters in Tokyo. There are more pieces who would lend me their power. I need to gather them all, otherwise I can't win against Takano. The preparation of the game board is complete, but I need more pieces. It's only the beginning. Oh man. So that was 41-42, okay. So now, 43. I guess it makes sense. Okay. Well, actually does it. This one to that one. A fragment of Onikakushi. In order for Keiichi Mibara to become a game piece that can lead everyone, there's something he has to learn about first. A piece that's very painful, pitiful, and sad. He has to learn about his friends. He has to learn to not doubt them. He doesn't know the importance of trusting his friends. He doesn't know, just yet. A slight mistrust grows into paranoia, and Keiichi Mibara is trapped within Rule X. At the end of Rule X, Keiichi leaves a sad note, and dies. While it may be very bitter and very painful, it also puts him through the process of learning something very important. Hey, Hanyu, you didn't have to apologize. In the few days he left Hinamizawa to attend his relative's funeral. Tragically, he experienced an outbreak. But I think this was necessary, as his first step towards learning something important. The very first step towards smoking out Rule X, and eventually defeating it. And this piece was all I had. I didn't even think of that, though. Okay, yeah, it's very short. Okay. I'm getting there. What's up, Gus? So that's 43. Sumi Horiboshi. Fragment from the Onikakushi chapter is required. This game piece is a very important meaning for us, because it showed us for the first time that it was possible to poke a hole in the fate of June 1983. To start from the conclusion, everything gets taken in by Rule Y at the end, and all our effort is wasted. We're challenging the great law that governs this game board, Rule X, head on. We're using everything we've learned so far from other fragments, which prove we can defeat it. We grow by learning. In a game with no hope of winning, we can discover a slight chance of victory. This piece taught us that. With this game piece, Rule X was almost completely defeated. Keiichi Mibara and our other friends won't be led astray by something as pathetic as the Hinamizawa syndrome and dance in tragedy any longer. It has also taught us that the rules aren't indestructible and are possible to overcome. In other words, it has given us, the ones who are on the outside of the game board, hope. It's an important fragment that serves as our turning point and the trigger for everything else. Very short. So where do we save? I guess on 50? I think we save at 50. Fragment of Watanagashi. The game board must be set up. This game piece reminds us that no matter what happens on this game board, everything is due to the curse or the Sonozaki family pulling someone's strings. No, to put it in my words, this is the piece that makes everyone aware of the existence of Rule Z. It's hard to notice with just this piece, but this is a complicated fragment where Shion Sonozaki, while trapped in Rule X and mistaking it for Rule Y, is held about. Comes to notice the existence of Rule Z. This is also the piece that teaches us the rules of the game board. By the way, the piece called Shion Sonozaki is a piece coming from the outside, from the game's point of view. She dislikes Satoko Hojo at first, but through this and another piece, she learns something important. Challenges Rule X and then grows to be a powerful piece to fight Rule Z. The most ridiculous part of this fragment is that it's hidden so cunningly, it doesn't seem that way at all with just a passing glance. Learn from your mistakes. Please become a powerful piece and lend me your strength to defeat my enemies. So this is where we get Chion. Well, I mean, it should be. One thing to say about Miyakashi. Fragment of Miyakashi. Fragment from Watanagashi chapter is required. This is the piece of Shion Sonozaki who goes mad after being taken in by Rule X. With no room for sympathy, this is such a painful piece that one can only have pity. It distinctly identifies the key hole of the padlock called Rule Z. Keiichi becomes the key himself to pry open this padlock. And as Mion Sonozaki wished for, it becomes a wind that clears out the stagnant air filling the village. This piece also teaches us an important lesson. Shion Sonozaki learns through this piece, and then becomes a strong ally for Satoko Hojo. In that way, maybe Satoko Hojo is a piece that represents the padlock for Rule Z. Unless she is saved, Rule Z can't be defeated. And when she is saved, that means Rule Z is defeated. This piece indicates only that. That's the only thing Shion Sonozaki learned by gambling her life. But now I think that it's very important. Every time I see Satoko and Shion argue about pumpkins, I think about that. I wonder how they did that. How they created that cube. So that was 46. Fragment of Tata Higurashi. The game board must be set up. Okay. This piece shows us the existence of the unreasonable Rule Z surrounding Satoko, and reveals the most powerful adversary rule on the game board, Rule Y. Can the rules X, Y, and Z be seen now? The enemy we need to fight, the things we need to learn, all are gathered and revealed here in this fragment. At this point, it's impossible to reach Rule Y. Fighting against Rule Z's effect on Satoko is the best that can be done. But in this piece, we make a mistake in our approach for fighting it. The outcome we gain through erroneous means is erroneous itself. Ch.8 learned that through his own experiences. Tragedy doesn't possess the power to overcome tragedy. Violence doesn't possess the power to overcome violence. If they can grasp that, all the pieces on this game board will learn the true way to fight. But Takano is too powerful. The shocking end of this piece doesn't allow us to learn it that easily. So it's 47. Maybe we should save before 50. Probably. Fragment of Himatsubushi. This piece is the only one that's so distorted. That's because it's from long before June 1983. Therefore, the existence of this piece has no effect whatsoever in the game we're playing on this board. But is this really a useless piece? The identity of Rule Y has been completely exposed by now. With the backing of a mighty organization, it is powerful enough to swallow up the small solidarity of individuals. Now I must give up on this game because of its irrational power. That's why I'm thinking that maybe there's a piece hidden somewhere that's strong enough to fight against such a formidable enemy. Mamoru Akasaka works at the police headquarters in Tokyo. He might have the power to stand up to such a vast conspiracy. Can his power withstand even Rule Y? Just like Maibara Keiichi defeated Rule Z, will he be able to defeat Rule Y so easily? We need everyone's strength, so Akasaka's strength is needed as well. But yeah, we gotta have Akasaka. We can't not have him, right? So that's 48. I think we should save now, actually, just in case. And I'm sure we're fine, but let's put that there. And let's just go back. Look at all this progress. A fragment of Minogoroshi. A fragment from the Tata Higurashi chapter is required. We totally solved the puzzle on our own. The game piece that uncovers the invisible Rule Y that has been pulling the strings from the beginning. Because the impression of that is so strong, it's easy to forget about something very important. But can't forget that this piece also shows the path towards destroying Rule Z. While Rika Furide lamented Rule Z as impossible to defeat, it was hardly a match for Keiichi Maibara and the others once they learned everything they needed to. They knew the correct way to fight, and fought according to the rules of the game board. As a result, we win, and that fact is more valuable than anything for us. Keiichi Maibara taught me a lesson. There is no need to subject ourselves to any fate. The will to believe can defeat anything. The fate that I was always subjected to was created by Miyo Takano's own conviction. So what he says is correct. To defeat her conviction, we need a stronger conviction of our own. Strong will can be pierced only by another strong will. We defeated rules X and Z, and then challenged the final rule, Rule Y. But we needed more pieces. Each piece fought at its best, but the strength of our enemy's pieces, led by Miyo Takano, were just too powerful. She didn't even give us mercy. She squished us completely, and made us restart the game all over again. Although we lost, we didn't give up the resolve in our hearts, because we finally found the true culprit, and also found a clue for how to fight against her. We can't win with the pieces we have now. We don't have a powerful enough conviction or a strong enough will. But Hanyu and I will keep trying. We'll roll our die repeatedly, look for the greatest result, collect pieces, try again. With a will stronger than Takano. Didn't you think I'd given up several times before you got to this point? Yes. But you made it because you believed in me and followed me here. Maybe. We're almost there. We can do it. Let's create the last piece. It will be the ultimate piece. We won't need anything else. The very last piece of all. Come on. Let's collect the pieces. Let's collect miracles. Please give your hopes, desires, and dreams to me. So it's 49. Alright. Number 50. Fragment of Matsuribayashi. 7 fragments are required. 7 human souls. After collecting miracles from all 7 fragments, I finally got a hold of this one. This fragment holds our final fate. But before we take a peek, please wait for just a little bit. The fate that's inside will be decided the moment we take a peek. when I told you about the story of the cat in the box? Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll know, but you won't know until you open it. It could be alive and it could be dead. In other words, before you open the box, the living cat and the dead cat simultaneously coexist. And the moment you open the box and find out the truth, the incorrect answer disappears. The inside of this fragment is the same principle. The future we desire and the future Takano desires simultaneously coexist. They are opposing and denying each other. Once we take a peek, one of those futures will disappear. If we have enough pieces, we can take a look inside this fragment. But we only have the same pieces lined up the same way on the game board. In the game under the same condition was Takano's complete victory. We've already tried that in the Higurashi fragment. We need more pieces. We need the help of a piece that's powerful enough to defeat Real Y. Until I get a hold of that piece, it's too scary to take a peek inside this fragment. But how do I get such a piece? It's a piece I've never gotten a hold of before. To obtain it, I need to look just one more time. I need one more miracle to obtain that piece. Maybe now we save. Probably. Leftover fragments. Do you need the final miracle? Oh boy. Let's go and save. What is this? Never noticed this tiny little fragment. Sometimes the fragment gets cracked and it breaks. Just like how the fate we believe in cracks sometimes. Damaged fate is no longer the same fate it was. Then which fate does this piece belong to? I picked up the tiny fragment, tried to match it with the fragment I have in my hand. And the last fragment I picked up was the Himatsubushi fragment. This fragment was distorted from the beginning. And look. See? This tiny piece fits perfectly. With this tiny fragment, how will the world change? What kind of miracle will occur? So, okay. The whole world worked. Since I put the broken piece back where it belonged, the distortion centered on the crack. That doesn't mean I can't take a peek inside. It's already past 1985. It's a time long after Rika Furude and her friends' stories tragically ended in June 1983. Beep. Some mild interference in order to crack through their headsets. All units, the chief has a message for all of you, so listen up. Good work, everyone. Local police have given us 15 minutes to wrap this up, but I'm only giving you a few seconds. Don't let a single person escape. The main target is a diplomat. Don't let them suspect you're a cop, just grab him. Make sure you leave no injuries. It will lead to problems if you do. The dirtbags who hide under diplomatic immunity to deal with the local gangsters. They launder money from drug dealing and force people into the sex trade to pay off high-interest debts. According to the local embassy, some of the victims are younger than teenagers. Shitbags. Normally this would be a simple case, but with the perpetrators being gangsters. When the police found out that a foreign diplomat was involved, all things got much more complicated all of a sudden. Diplomats have diplomatic immunity, so the police can't arrest him. But they knew he was an important figure in the whole scheme. There was no doubt that he was the middleman between the foreign criminal organization and the Japanese gangsters. They couldn't let him escape. It'd be easy to deport him, but that wouldn't solve anything. The police had asked the embassy for assistance, but they denied the request. The case was put on a standstill at that point. That's when they found out that the organization was going to be selling the Self-Defense Force's classified radar and missile technology secrets. The Public Safety Division then had to move on the premise to protect this classified government information. And today was the day that operation was set to go. 2 men at the front stairs, 2 men at the underground's entrance, 4 men at the back door. All suspects are believed to be armed. 2 more than usual, huh? It'll only take 2 seconds more for him. He never shows anyone mercy. Can you hear, Akasaka? You're on point. Be careful. Okay, let's move. This is Akasaka. I copy. Let's go. A man suddenly appeared around the corner downtown. It was Akasaka. He displayed none of the naivete that he did when he first met Rika. When he got to the entrance of the underground club, a bouncer with a heavy foreign accent stopped him. This place. Members only. Do you have a membership card? Akasaka pulled a card out after being asked. It was a card that was very difficult to forge, so they could only get one. As a man on point, he was the one to receive it. The bouncer let Akasaka in after confirming he had a membership card. This is 1985. Akasaka-san passed the bouncer at the entrance. He's going down the stairs. Come on, Akasaka. At the bottom of the staircase, there was an overly decorated door like the ones you'd see at a high-class club. The menace glow of the cocktail lights lit it up, silently warning everyone it was an entrance to a den of evil. Welcome. May I see your membership card? The guard at the entrance took the membership card and put it through the card reader on the wall. Beep. An error sound. Slight perspiration could be seen on Akasaka's forehead. The guard swiped the card a couple times more. Beep. Beep. Akasaka-san is having a problem. Did they change the system? If Akasaka's encountering trouble, we'll change plans. Secure his safety pronto. The expression on the guard with him steadily grew dour. His right hand reached inside of his jacket, probably fingering his gun. Ding! The buzzer suddenly rang with a delightful tone, and the card reader flashed a green light. Immediately after that, the lock on the door opened up. Thank you for waiting. Please head on inside. The guard pulled his hand out of his jacket and opened up the heavy door. Loud music and flashing colorful lights spilled out from the inside. From within that, a well-dressed guard appeared to welcome Akasaka. At this moment, his first mission was accomplished. Having acted as the go signal from the remaining units, Akasaka was also in the dangerous position of being in enemy territory all by himself. The door was the biggest obstacle for their ambush. The door locked automatically, so whenever it was closed, it was also sealed that way. It was a solid door, and nearly impossible to open from the outside. Somebody had to not only open that door, but keep it open for several seconds in order for the raid to begin. Akasaka was the only one who could do that. This is Akasaka. Entrance secure. Go, go, go! The complex on the other side of the club was getting a new tenant, and there were 2 trucks parked in front of the building. But of course, that was just a disguise. The door to one of the trucks opened. Several dozen plainclothes investigators jumped out. The same thing was happening at the back door, too. The ground-level guards noticed this and began to draw their guns, but were taken down immediately by nearby investigators who had been pretending to be innocent bystanders. Several dozen investigators quietly went down the underground stairs. These narrow underground stairs were another obstacle to their operation. Nothing would end up on the security camera. Their raid would become known within a few seconds. For that matter, a push on the security button would make it impossible for the lock to be opened from the outside. That's why they had to secure the door before the ambush. The guards on both sides of Akasaka noticed the loud footsteps coming down the stairs. The well-dressed guard also realized that something was wrong. The 3 guards shifted their attention from Akasaka to the stairs behind him. And as he sensed that attention's shift, Akasaka took a quick, deep breath and then stopped breathing entirely. The 2 guards standing beside him suddenly rose into the air in strange positions. Akasaka had determined his position relative to the 2 guards next to him, so he didn't need to check with his eyes. But even so, his fists had been driven into their faces with such precise accuracy. His moves were well-trained ones, and showed no mercy against evil. They were as destructive as armor-piercing ammunition. Like what they're using this thing. And furthermore, Akasaka had retracted his arms at the same speed he struck. Everything looked so strange in the flashing lights. The man who witnessed all this probably couldn't figure out what had just happened. The 2 guards were up in the air in strange positions, and the man who had been standing in front of them was now crouching low. Then that frozen moment shattered. The well-dressed guard was smashed into the ceiling, and shortly afterward came crashing down to the floor. Later on, while slurping liquid food, he would desperately try to remember whether it was a fist or a leg that broke his jaw. He'd probably never quite recall it. Rather luckily, the way his body felt blocked the door, so Akasaka didn't have to hold it open any longer. This is Akasaka. I'm going in. Wait for your backup. Akasaka. The room was filled with loud music, but everyone had already noticed the brouhaha at the entrance. Brouhaha. Everyone, get down! As soon as Akasaka bellowed his warning, screams filled the club. Most people immediately hit the floor as if trying to claim their innocence. But all the guards reacted quickly to Akasaka. In the midst of all this, there were a few people who were trying to make their escape through the back alongside several guards. Akasaka restarted his breathing once and then stopped it again, then ran after them like a wolf. He jumped up onto the table, smashing expensive bottles of alcohol, scattering glasses with ice cubes made from the icebergs of the Arctic. A foreign bodyguard, whose previous profession must have been a professional boxer, thoughtlessly stood in front of Akasaka. With a heavy accent, he tried to taunt his opponent, but Akasaka couldn't have cared less about that. The only display that man was able to put on for him was that he was able to block Akasaka's attack. But it wasn't even an effective guard. The power of Akasaka's punches were so incredible that they simply broke the man's bones in his attempt to block them. The man's arm warped in a strange way, and the moment after the agony showed on his face, Akasaka's left arm ran into it. Akasaka, you see, is right-handed. That man should consider himself grateful that he was able to get away with a mere orbital fracture. Thinking that this was his chance, another man attempted to tackle Akasaka-san from behind. He assumed that no matter how strong a man was, he'd go down quickly when attacked from behind. He also assumed that as Akasaka was concentrating in front of him, he wouldn't be expecting an attack from behind to begin with. That'd only be true if Akasaka was just concentrating on his front. Indeed, the attacker was very wrong, for Akasaka was no longer even thinking about the man before him. Akasaka knew exactly when and what was about to happen. The experience he has built up to this day taught him that. His body, more than his mind, remembered the timing for when menaces to society like these would make their move from behind him. Akasaka's attack continued fluidly from the left arm punch that he struck against the ex-boxer. His left arm retracted, and at the same time, he arced his left leg around beautifully as it crashed into the man approaching him from behind. A dull sound signified that his nose had been broken, but Akasaka already knew that. Akasaka continued his motion and directed a decisive right blow to the side of his assailant's head. The man slammed into the wall and bounced off of it, rolling on the floor. Akasaka took another breath. Under the glare of the dazzling club lights, the guards realized they were up against a demon. Yes, they realized that there was no way to take him down. The guards were being paid to deal with humans. Fighting demons just wasn't in their job description. At that moment, backup finally arrived. Maybe finally isn't a suitable word. Everything that happened did so over a matter of seconds. The time it took for Akasaka to take down those 5 guards was a span of nearly 2 breaths. Put your hands above your head and get down on the floor. If you resist, we will open fire. Thanks to Akasaka's furious action, the flow of events was already set. Akasaka's intimidating first strike shattered the gang leader's will to run. They were all down on the floor, but one of them began smiling. You shouldn't touch me. It'll lead to an international incident. Akasaka grabbed him by the collar and threw him against the concrete wall. Aren't you a policeman? I have diplomatic immunity. I'm a diplomat. Good for you. So how much did you get paid, huh? This will be an international incident. I'll be calling them, with the dragon-like roar, Akasaka's right fist pounded the wall right next to the diplomat's head. Immediately after that, his left fist pounded the wall on the other side of that head, and soon enough Akasaka had pounded the wall 7 times, each just a sliver away from the diplomat. His fists were easily powerful enough to crush the man's head. The diplomat crumbled to the floor. This is Akasaka. Target secured. Further investigations discovered a secret getaway route that even public safety didn't know about. Dozens of Soviet military-grade machine guns were found, and if Akasaka hadn't stopped them there in the club, they would have escaped. Or even worse, the operation might have ended with a brutal death toll on both sides. All thanks to how well Akasaka executed his duty, the operation was completed without a single shot fired. Come on, hurry! The local police will be here soon. Put them on the trunk. Since the foreign diplomat was involved, they had to make sure it didn't look as though the whole operation was carried out by the police. Instead, it was made to look like a simple gang war. They would dump the useless gang members and hand over their target to the police. Of course, before handing him over, they'd make sure he spilled everything he knew. That diplomatic pig would be used as a negotiation device by another part of public safety. They found plenty of evidence that said Pig was just tied to an underground criminal organization. Not wanting a persona non grata on their hands, the embassy would likely cut all ties with him. The rest would be the business of other departments. Public safety's job was to take care of the things regular police couldn't deal with. Akasaka, are you okay? Come in, Akasaka. This is Akasaka. We're on our way. Done it again. Report to the chief to get reamed out later. Akasaka-san, you sure are a demon. What is this thing? 5 men within mere seconds? That's not even karate anymore. Your fists should be recategorized as lethal weapons. Sure was lucky that none of them drew their guns though, knowing how brutal Akasaka-san is. He could have turned them into honeycombs. Shut up. Don't make me sound like an assassin. I show no mercy against evil, that's all. The pigs they had just caught were no average criminals. They had committed so many unforgivable sins. The strength behind of Akasaka's fists was proportional to those sins. The heavier their sins, the more powerful his blows would be. Come on, round them up. Akasaka, make them hurry. The local police will get here quickly. This is Akasaka. Understood. Didn't you guys hear? Hurry up. Roger. Command, we have 5 injured here. Please have meds ready. There wasn't any trace left of Akasaka's old naivete. He had grown to be the village ace of his department. Oh, yeah. That's a good start. Right there. But this is 1985, so how does that work? Akasaka was trained inside a dark dojo filled with the smell of sweat and mold. The dojo is located in the middle of downtown, in a small building. It wasn't that big, and they weren't that well equipped either. It certainly didn't look like a dojo where a person was as skilled as Akasaka would train. There were only 3 or 4 students there, including Akasaka, but this is the dojo he picked. To Akasaka, karate was certainly a weapon for crushing his enemies, but now he was seeking something further from it. To achieve his goal, a dojo with many young students having actual physical lessons wouldn't work. He had gone to so many different dojos, and this was the one he finally settled on. Every time Akasaka punched a sandbag, the heavy thud of his punch and the clang of the sandbag's chain would echo. He wasn't just punching blindly. He thought first, developed those thoughts, punch. It was more of a deep and low vibration than a proper sound. Drops of sweat scattered, and the dust balled up in the air. It was a perfect blow and embodying the concept of 1 strike, 1 kill. But he wasn't satisfied. He closed his eyes, controlled his breathing, as if trying to hear the cry of cicadas. Then he punched again. It's basically becoming Netero. From a beginner's perspective, it looked like he was taking breaks between each. The other students training on their own would glance over and sense a fearsome respect at his focused blows. I heard Akasaka-san works at the police department. Really? Someone like him is a police officer. I don't want to do anything bad. Still, his concentration sure is amazing. Never gets tired. On his days off, Akasaka came to the dojo in the early morning. He silently trained all day. His training was no longer physical, but mental. The other students were already aware that his continuous concentration was the secret of his strength. However, that was easier said than done. As long as a person lives, they are bound by countless ties and idle thoughts. For a person to submit all his will into such singular focus is more like trying to attain enlightenment than something in the realm of martial arts. Man has tried many different methods to achieve such enlightenment. What we've learned is that there is no one way to reach it. And the path one takes can reach it, if mastered. Karate is what Akasaka chose. The rumors say that his wife is dead. Supposedly he does karate to forget about that. Really? That's different from what I heard. I heard he couldn't save a girl on the job, leading him to realize his weaknesses, or something like that. Hey, I can hear you. Quit talking about other people in train. Yes, sir. There was a small beeping noise. Somebody's watch was letting them know it was noon. Akasaka-san, you're gonna get some lunch. Can we get you something too? Sure. I don't care what you get. Thanks. Akasaka was more pleased to be alone in the dojo than to have anyone bring him lunch. When they left, silence filled the building. Shit. The focus dissipated because they were talking about me. But if that happened because of that bit of small talk, that meant he had much more training to do. He had to train much harder if he wanted to achieve enlightenment. He focused again and started to punch the sandbag, but the sound was a lot lighter than before, and obviously the strength in his fist was no longer there. Realizing that he needed to take a break, Akasaka pulled out a towel from his bag and sat down. The sound of cicadas soaked into his body. The windows were open, but there was no breeze coming in. Still, he could feel the cool air, just a little. Just as they said, the reason Akasaka started karate was because of Yuki's death. Of course, losing as a suspect in that kidnapping incident was one reason too. But more than that, the pain from Yuki's death was what made him start. Yuki fell down the stairs at the hospital and died while he was on a business trip in Shishiban. Couldn't get rid of that depression, so he started learning karate. But in June 1983, when the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred, he realized something very important. A girl had predicted Yuki's death. In return, she wanted him to help her. Yuki's death was an accident. He could have told himself that there was nothing he could have done. But as for the girl, Rika Furude's death was different. She knew about her own death 5 years prior. When the disaster occurred, he remembered Oishi, called him to make sure he was okay, then found out about everything. When he was caught up, he fell into despair. Rika Furude was the turning point in his life. If he had believed what she predicted and did something about it, maybe Yuki wouldn't have had to fall down the stairs. He took the oath to serve the public as a police officer. He didn't even notice the plea for help from the little girl. He shoved aside a conspiracy surrounding her until it was too late. He had 5 years to do something about it, but he didn't do anything, and she died. Visiting Hinamizawa for the kidnapping case of the minister's grandson was definitely a turning point in his life. If he had only listened to what that girl said, Yuki would have never died, and he could have been there to help Rika Furude. Those two things continued to haunt him. The investigation into the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa that he heard about from Oishi was put on indefinite hiatus because of the disaster. But it was apparent to both of them that there was some conspiracy behind it all. To challenge such things, he needed all the strength and experience that he could muster. He was devoting himself to gain such strength, but it was too late. Everything had already ended. While he was stuck in this dilemma, the dojo instructor admonished him. There's nothing one can do about what's already done. So in that case, the only thing he can do is train diligently, so that if the same thing is to happen again, he'll be able to save the person in need. It's all too late. Everything is already over. Yuki died in an accident. Hinamizawa was destroyed in the gas disaster. Rika-chan was murdered as her intestines were ripped out while she was alive. Shit. I was too obsessed with Yuki's death and couldn't hear the girl's pleas for help. No, if I had listened to her, I could have prevented Yuki's accident too. Damn it. Damn it. Shit. As Akasaka clutched his hair and looked up, he noticed a small shrine overhead that protected the dojo. Akasaka respected both Shinto and Buddhism, but he never thought of praying to gods in times of despair. But for the first time, he felt like praying for help. It was something he was capable of doing himself. would never even consider praying. As it was something he couldn't resolve on his own, he prayed. It was a very selfish wish. If his wish were to come true, everyone in the whole world would wish for the same thing. Please. Please give me another chance to go back to that time. I swear that this time, I'll save the both of them. That moment, Akasaka's body suddenly felt very light. No, it's more like he was losing balance, as if he was fainting. Perhaps it was because he shouted so loudly after training and his brain was lacking in oxygen. But he couldn't take his eyes off of the shrine. Thank you, Akasaka. We needed your thoughts. Was this a hallucination? Akasaka felt like a stranger was talking to him. We must wish for a miracle. We must wish for a miracle too. Otherwise a miracle will never occur. Unless everyone wishes for a miracle, it won't occur. Unless both sides reach out, their hands won't meet in the middle. He didn't know what she was trying to say, but somehow he felt like he couldn't miss a single word of it. He felt like it was something very, very important. Akasaka, if you wish for it, I'll grant you this miracle. It'll be a miracle for us too. Joining these broken fragments will give us a chance to create an even greater fragment. The resolve on its own may greatly influence everyone's fates and intentions. Can you turn back time to that day? No, you can't do that. The only thing I can do is to let you know. The only thing I can do is to let you notice. To let you notice that things you can't learn from one fragment, you can learn from others. So all you have to do is to return this broken fragment to where it belongs. That's a big miracle itself. Although, you probably won't even notice it. Thank you, Akasaka. Thank you for remembering me. I don't even know how much time I've spent asking you for help. But finally, it reached you. So I'll say it one more time. Please help me. No. Please help us. So I guess, okay. Well, wait. What? Why did this break? Do I have to go into that one? I guess to put in the final fragment? Hold on. I'm gonna save. Just in case. Because that was 51. I guess we had a 50. It was long. Really was long. You okay? Is your spirit still alive? Do we have all the pieces we want lined up on the game board? Is this everything we have that can go up against Takano and her minions in the game of fate in the June of 1983? I think, maybe, we have everything? Last but not least, Hanyu. It's you. The time you have left to be a piece is limited. That doesn't mean you can't show up in the game. Shall we begin? Put in hundreds of years just for this moment. It's all coming together. Someone once suggested that believing is like placing a bet with coins of hope. In other words, believing means taking a risk. Actually, I don't think we should progress. Which is unfortunate because I'm very curious, but yeah, I don't think we should progress. We'll save this for tomorrow. But man, I'm very curious. So let's go to the menu. Just like blue balls, but you know, it's fine. I think that's that. So, tomorrow. I don't know what time we're doing. No, I think it'll be at the regular time, so like 6 a.m. Which, I mean, it's the weekend, I should do it at noon, but tomorrow we'll do it at 6 a.m. Because, right, tonight I have an event, so we'll be preoccupied with that. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Can't do that. What time is it? 8:31. Okay. Well, Twitch, I guess? Let's check Twitch. See what's going on. Well, this is unfortunate. Wait, what about this other channel? Hold on. Because I'd like to raid somebody, but... Oh man, we have nobody? No way. That can't be right. What? I mean, it is the weekend, right? Not even here? What? What about Discord? Let's check Discord. Oh, there's Absoly. Right, okay. Let's go raid Absoly. So, shout out to Absoly. We're playing Killer Instinct. Okay. Let's check them out. Trying out Killer Instinct. Okay. So let's go raid Absoly. Playing Killer Instinct. And then, yeah, tomorrow we will finish. Well, I don't know if we're gonna finish, but we're gonna play more Higurashi. And then we'll, yeah, see where the story goes. We've collected all the fragments. We got a new achievement after a while. It's been so long. Yeah, there's the raid message. Catch you guys later. Have a good one. And bye-bye.